Good afternoon. Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis,
Hello.
alongside Racing Rachel. Hello, track announcer John Giudice. Not just a Wednesday, not just midweek, but it's Caesar's Day here at the Shoe. Looking forward to our racing program. We've got 10 races. We'll close with a quarter horse finale, but among the 10, 4 premier races. The Sagamore sired fillies. The last of the premier races with the Sagamore sired handicap, plus the running of the Horseshoe Indianapolis and the Caesars with scratches in those races. But today, despite the clearing skies here, Rachel, in the afternoon, as all of us that live in town or downtown in the area, it poured for the finale yesterday. Also rained a lot on my commute back to downtown, early morning hours. So we're off the turf course, took a real soaking. And as we get closer to post time, the main track is labeled sloppy. But the good news is at least we have clearing skies for a Caesar's Day here.
Yes, it is. All of a sudden, the sun's out. It's been, kind of cloudy and rainy and everything, and we hope that it stays away for the rest of the day. So right now, it doesn't look too bad.
Main track sloppy, and again, an all main track card, including those premier races, and among them the Horseshoe Indianapolis with scratches, and of course also the Caesars. And we'll talk about those new distances. They've been updated with the races coming off the turf course here on a Caesars Day. For the official race day forecast, Macy Tetrick, it poured downtown around 5, 6 a.m., but now clearing skies. How about a look as we get closer to the 2:10 p.m. opener here at the Shoe? Macy?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, as we take a look at your forecast, I know we started today with quite a bit of rain, and it is possible at some point this afternoon there could be another stray shower, but I think we'll look at mostly some dry weather with temperatures warmer than we've been recently, into the upper 70s. It is possible, too, we begin to see some of the clouds breaking later on this evening, so maybe a little peek of some sunshine. It is going to be hot if you're coming back on Thursday or Friday, plus a chance for some storms both Thursday evening and Friday evening. John, back to you.
All right, Macy, thank you for that updated forecast here on Caesar's Day. And as it gets hot and humid here tomorrow as we wrap up Caesar's week, no live racing. Good time to point out because Macy mentioned the forecast for Friday, but no live racing here on Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. But don't forget, you can watch and wager Friday, like there's the Longines Kentucky Oaks before the Kentucky
come join
Derby.
us.
Yeah, the Black-Eyed Susan. You can watch and wager on that from Old Hilltop here on Friday. Place your advanced wagers for the historic 150th Preakness Stakes. We'll talk more about the Preakness Stakes here in just a moment, but the first floor OTB will be open for all of you racing fans. Yesterday, Tuesday of Caesar's week, nice training double for Gennaro Garcia, and he was pretty quick to win those races in the early double.
Yes, he took the early double yesterday, and I thought we'd show both of the training doubles today. We don't get very often just training doubles without any jockey doubles. So Gennaro had the 6. More than 5 in here. Marcelino with a nice ride.
Motown Star was making his first run since a maiden breaker at the fairgrounds in New Orleans, but more than 5, got the momentum late, got the victory under Marcelino.
Did you say 6 is more than 5? Because Aaron just pointed that. That went right over my head. Good job, Aaron. Race 2, number 3, Visop. Felix Astio. How do you say that? Astudio is how I've been saying. Yeah, Astudio. Okay, I've been saying it right. So
Felix the Cat.
Felix the Cat with the ride here. He's on the 3 on the inside, kind of came back out in the lane. Nobody really contested him, did they?
Yeah, no, Free America came up on the outside, thought maybe would make a bid, but Visop just kept on finding. It's a son of Vino Rosso. You like wine.
I know. I said that in the handicapping athlete named. Randy Klopp had a couple of wins as well. Race 4, he had the 4 Sacra's Quest. And Romero really putting in some nice rides. He had some good seconds and thirds. He rode a couple for Michelle this week. So, yeah, really impressed with Romero as well.
Yeah, we've got the Joes on the jockey corner here.
A couple
You've
of
got Joseph Romero, except he's a apprentice jockey, and you've got Joe Ramos. Of course, he rode in this year's Kentucky Derby. Here it's Sacra's Quest getting the result for Randy Klopp. Nice clear-cut victory there, taking out the 4th race here on Tuesday's card, clocking that 112.31 on what was a fast track yesterday. Of course, sloppy today as we get closer to post time. Then here comes Oil Man, absolutely striking gold. Oil Man battling toward the inside. You had Silver Sterling, that for Tony Cunningham. Rigoberto tried to box on toward the inside, but Joe Ramos getting the job done here. It was Oil Man striking gold, and Klopp with another win on Tuesday.
Yeah, a couple of very our top trainers in the standing, so definitely want to show some of their horses, and you can take note coming into today which ones of our trainers are hot as well.
Big topic for discussion, and of course among thoroughbred racing types, even of course talking about quarter horses in their post-racing years, talking about off-the-track thoroughbreds. It's a very important topic for a lot of us, and you know, around here, Rachel, in the Hoosier State, Derby Express was very popular, and he's
Yes.
now in his off-the-track days.
Yes, and I believe Malcolm Franklin rode him to most of his stakes wins back in the day. Still a good friend of mine, but definitely a horse that was so impressive, and it's just one of the ones that sticks out in your mind. Doing this for 12 years, and there's so many different horses. Derby Express.
12 years.
Yeah, I started when I was 14. Just kidding. I wish. But yeah, now look at him. Now look at that gray. Look at that old man.
Isn't that cool? Over $400,000.
Yeah, he was going to be
Thankful.
a show jumper, but he didn't like it. He wasn't into it, and so now he's back on the track. And Liz Klopp is going to add him to her pony horses. She's got a bunch of them. She has him training in the mornings and getting him ready. He's 12, and he looks great.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so he looks great. 12 is horses live to be 30. When you give them a career like this, they're that doesn't really. Heck, I just would love to just be able to do that all day, ride a horse.
That's fantastic. And you know, you talk about the off-the-track thoroughbreds, and
An amazing
so many
horse
people
like
ask
him,
whatever
yeah.
happened to this horse, whatever happened to that horse. A couple of years ago, here during the summer, Rachel and I hopped in my Corvette
Yeah.
Stingray. We went to Old Friends Farm. We saw a lot of great off-the-track
Subaboo.
thoroughbreds and fan favorites.
We
there.
did.
Great to see, great to
And-
see
and
Derby
Damon.
Express, you know, as a pony.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, so you know what? I'm gonna wait, and I really hope we can get some footage of him when Liz finally gets him on the track. And I gave FanDuel a heads up because I feel like we should show more of those stories, like on FanDuel and Naira and Fox and stuff. That you know these horses get a second career.
100%. And love to see.
Positivity.
Yep, Derby Express
That's
doing
the theme of the day: positivity.
Doing just that. Positivity, hot dog, positivity. Maybe you want to grab a snack here while off the track. Again, we've got clearing skies now. We heard from AC Tetrick on Wire to Wire with the official race day forecast. Skies are clearing. Main track sloppy, granted, as we get closer to the 2:10 p.m. opener. But Steve and Missy ready to serve up a couple of hot dogs, Chicago style, or just a good old hot dog and a bun for me.
Yeah, we've got we've got the OTV snacks. We have Isabella's cuisine, and then also we have the weenies on wheels. So definitely head down to our hot dog truck. They literally have all kinds of really cool different hot dogs. It's not just a plain old one. They've got a sweet little setup. So go down and visit them.
We also have free concerts coming up here this month through August. So it's going to be a great summer here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Don't forget, of course, the casino open 24/7. We've got racing action all the way through the middle part of November. And that'll be featured trackside here, talking about the 2025 concert series at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The first one coming up, not too far off, May 23rd at 7 p.m. And that'll feature a Journey tribute band, E5C4P3, a Journey tribute band. So don't stop believing.
E5C4 3PO. Is that a Star Wars
Star
name?
Wars reference.
I don't know.
C3PO
I
is.
do love Star Wars.
Don't forget the today, no Turf Pick 3 as all of our premier races, the Sagamore Sired Fillies and the Sagamore Sired Handicap, they were carded for the main track, but with the Horseshoe Indianapolis and the Caesars coming off two of the big headline races here on Caesars Day, there'll be no Turf Pick 3 featured, but we do have that big Caesar Day Legends contest.
Yes, we have the $2,500 Caesars Racing Legends, and thank you so much to the Indiana HBPA. You can submit your
cheers to them.
online entries at 3:40 Eastern Wednesday today, and Horseshoe Indy Contest at Gmail. You obviously can't just send them in. You have to provide your proof of your driver's license and everything. So please be sure to enter. It's completely free though, and very, very excited you can play here on track as well. We'll be announcing the winner of that later.
Yeah, so let's make it a great Caesars Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And as we mentioned, with the weather forecast that we heard from Macy at WRTV, Macy Tetrick calling for even warmer weather tomorrow to wrap up
Yeah.
Caesars Week. No live racing here on Friday, but of course on Saturday you can watch and wager. Historic 150th running of the Preakness Stakes. Who will it be? Right there. I mean, journalism. So many bets on in the Kentucky Derby.
Exciting.
He'll be there. Sandman, the Arkansas Derby winner. They'll square off at Old Hilltop here on Saturday. You can join us here at the First Floor Road TV.
Yes, we are still going to have a wonderful viewing. We have the future wager starting, I think, tomorrow. So if you want to get in your bets now for the Preakness, we're not going to have a Triple Crown winner, but it is one of the legs, obviously. So get in here and get your bets early if you can't make it. But if you can, we're going to be open early for wagering on the Preakness.
And by the way, don't forget, if you're here today at the First Floor OTB watching and wagering on our Caesars Day, Delaware Park, they canceled because of the weather, so we feel your pain here. We do have a sloppy track, but we'll have a nice card here, including those 4 premier races. But if you're there at the First Floor OTB and you're tuning in here to Wire, don't forget to pick up your free tip sheets from not only Brian Aragoni, Martha Clausen with her thoughts on the quarter horse finale, but yesterday, Racing Rachel, that free tip sheet. You did pretty good. Your top plays coming back, I think $63 in the wallet.
Oh yeah, my daily double paid like 30 something, and then I had an exacta key that paid 40 or something like that. So yeah, I was really excited about that.
Right,
yeah, when your key plays hit, you feel pretty good. I had second and third. I think I hit almost every single race, but it was all seconds and thirds and one win.
Terrific payout in the 50-cent late pick 5, and most of that due to Alberto Burgos with Sound the Siren going off in the Lowers, a long odds winner just under 40-1, wire to wire in one of our turf races yesterday. So yesterday the clouds started moving in as we got to the latter half of the card, but we did get that race in, much to the light of those that handicapped the 50-cent late pick 5. But today we do have that all main track card.
Yes, and we are going to talk about the early and late pick 5 and the pick 4 later, which is an all stakes pick, all premier racing pick 4 here later today.
Again, no turf pick 3. It was set to debut in 2025. We had it last year, of course, but this year we were supposed to get the first one in today. But alas, as an all main track card, no turf pick 3. But we do have a lot to look forward to here on Caesars Day. We always appreciate the sponsors with us each and every year here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and they include Brown Foreman, Breed Development, and also want to mention Murphy Trailer Sales. I'm going to get to Rachel, by the way. All of you are waiting to have her handicapped those premier races.
Just going to go over them real quick.
Just want to thank again B&H Electric and Hubler Ford.
And I finally got that top of the gate sign. How good does it look?
It looks terrific.
They love that drone shot. I think it looks really clean
B&H
with the
Electric,
white.
we really appreciate them. You're in the spotlight now with some premier races.
Well, I was just going to go over everything and probably give you guys scratches, and then John will give them to your entirety, but I thought we could just really quickly go over the...
Yes, John will.
Yes, John will. The 12th running of the Swifty-sired Fillies, $100,000 guaranteed, is in race 6, and the 9 is out of here. But this one, not changed a whole lot, 5.5, and I've highlighted all of the off dirt tries. Yeah, when I get out my
That's
highlighter,
a lot of highlight. That's being
you know
highlighted.
it's serious. But Molly's Potion being the heavy favorite, I put out an interview. Well, it was really just me and Dawn talking, and I ended up miking her up and using it. Yeah, it was more of a back behind the scenes than it was real interview style. But you have to trick some of them into doing it because Dawn doesn't like to talk. But Molly's Potion, she's had a sloppy effort and wasn't that great. But however, that was in a stakes race. Her first race was on a track that was good, so it had a little bit of moisture in it. That's promising for such a strong filly. Ace of Cats on the outside. Has a third on the slop, which interests me. So if you want to play some exotics, maybe throw her in. But I have 10-8-6 High Speed Justice, Andre Uabor for Tim Eggleston. This one impressed me, even though it got into a little bit of trouble. And then the 6 is my long shot. Mi Capresciuta. John says yes. Santos Sanger, born for Tony Durian. Sloppy debut. And a winner. It was a shortened field, and it was last July. But I think they just wanted this horse to do a little bit of growing. She looks really good. Flynn Express also has some sloppy efforts, too.
Well, that was 30-1 on the morning line.
I know, yeah, and my 6s, too. I think that it's going to be one of those days. I do like the favorites, and speed does hold up. It's been a really speed-biased track, and speed holds up in the slop. So I kind of kept my top selections, but I did put some long shots in underneath. And my long shots have been coming in, which is why yesterday I hit those key plays, because I had a long shot in the second race in my selections that I included in my daily double. So
Cha-ching, cha-ching,
cha-ching. 2, 3, 4, 7. And everyone on the second page except the 13 is out. So there's, 5 betting interests in here.
And Hunter draws in because you mentioned that.
Yes, Hunta draws in from the Tony Granite's barn. And I'm going with the 8 on top, Mascara. Evan Roman is aboard this 3-year-old filly who does have a wet dirt try on the slop at Saratoga. And then after that, she's been in salty allowances for sure. And this is a $150,000 stake, and she's been going for 120 and was just third by only 3 lengths last out at Keeneland. So that one interests me at a price. Running Away also has some nice tries, but hasn't ran on an off track. And then I had the 11 in, I think, and then it just scratched. So I ended up putting in Tony Granitz. He has good numbers when he draws in, I'm telling you.
Hail Caesar.
Hail Caesar. The 20th running of the Caesars Stakes, 150,000 handicap, $150,000 guaranteed, a mile and 70. And we do have 3, 4, 5, and 7 out of here. I put my, I'm keeping Chasing Liberty in on top, and Chasing Liberty was the favorite. Good speed figures. The slop is a question mark. And then the 8, I moved up after my 4 scratched. J-Love.
J-Love.
Your man J-Love
Jared
aboard
Lobo.
for Ethan West. This is a 3-year-old colt by Nyquist who is 2 for 2 on a wet track, muddy and wet fast. We'll talk about that more later. And then Smokin' Boy I threw in off of a freshening, and all 3 of his muddy off tries last year were second, 2 wins in a second.
And Brodeur was a great goalie, too.
Oh,
For
really?
the
Is that
New
what
Jersey
they're?
Devils, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm shocked Brian hasn't bragged about that. He loves hockey.
He doesn't
Or
like
Eric.
goalies,
Eric
though.
doesn't.
They don't like goalies.
Yeah, he says goalies are weird.
they're biased.
Everybody says goalies are weird.
Biased.
I don't know. In some of my books,
North
they
Star
seem pretty
fans.
cool. The 12th running of the Sagamore Sire. This is a $100,000 guaranteed handicap for 3-year-olds, and 1 keg is out. And I think that this race isn't going to change much. 5, 3, 4 for me. I'll talk about my long shot. Obviously, Mondavilla is going to be the favorite in speed, and ran over the slop. Didn't like it though. So if you want to go against it, fine. But definitely the speed of the race. The 4 Gin and Whiskey I thought was interesting. First time Lasix, first time out for DeVaris Douglas. He's got pretty high hopes for this colt. So those are my thoughts on those races today.
I appreciate that. And of the 10 races, 4 premier races just covered by Racing Rachel here on the pre-race Wire to Wire show. I talked about the sponsors. Let's highlight B&H Electric. We really appreciate them being back with us here in 2025. Great customer service and loyalty. B&H Electric, locations here in town and in the Hoosier State at www.bh-electric.com. Murphy Trailer Sales also, I think I got ahead of myself here. You can reach out to them at the number you see on your screen, 765-361-8803. Appreciate them being back as a sponsor with us here for 2025 and on this Caesars Day. Indiana's Giant Hubler, locations here in town and in Franklin. You can reach out to them. Again, we really appreciate their sponsorship. They've got those Ford trucks parked on the apron for all of you to check out.
Ooh, look how good they look. They look good wet.
Price. They look great. They're all cleaned by Mother Nature. HublerFord.com. So quick commercial break here on this Caesars Day edition of Wire to Wire when the program returns as we get closer by the minute. 25 minutes away from an all-main track card, kicking off with a maiden sprint. Brian Aragoni standing by to talk about the early pick 5. We also want to remind everybody, if you'd like to reach out to us on social media, you can certainly do that as we just take a look really quick at our handles. On X, I'm at John G. Dooley. You can reach out to Racing Rachel on X and also on Instagram. Martha Clausen will be along later today to talk about the quarter horse finale. You can follow Martha on X and Brian Aragoni waiting in the wings to talk about the early pick 5 on a big day for us here on Caesars Day 2025 at the shoe. You can reach out to Brian at Mr. B Analyst, and track-wise also Rachel. You know, we've got everybody covered from A to X, not only on the former Twitter, on Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Time for that commercial break. Stay tuned for Brian. Until next time, for Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley on this Caesars Day saying we're done.
Have fun. Bye for now.
It's back. Vacation at home sale at Family Leisure. Family Leisure has the largest selection of in-stock patio furniture at guaranteed lowest prices. Chat height to bar height and everything in between. Check out our selection of pergolas, pavilions, and other shade solutions. Make a splash this summer with a new swimming pool from America's largest pool dealer. Outdoor kitchens. Buy from stock or design your own. Melt away stress. We've got plenty of spas and swim spas priced to move. Vacation at home sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Welcome back to the second half, known as the less professional version of Wire to Wire, where we go over this early pick 5 on Caesars Stakes Day. We may be off the turf, which is unfortunate. Many of the races did have quite a few scratches. However, still plenty of action and opportunity, because when they come off the turf, usually you can find some value. Now, value may be hard to find today. Some of the favorites do look formidable, and I'm a person who tries to beat those favorites, but in some races you're just going to have to lean into the favorites and get a little bit creative. We kick off with a good betting race in race number 1, 3-year-old state bred competition going maiden special weight, looking for their first victory on a sloppy track. We'll keep you posted of any track conditions. We are off the turf for the entire card, but that sloppy track may be upgraded at some point throughout the day, as the rain has left us, at least for the time being. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. Scratch number 8, Zip Lord, and number 11, Crab Crunch, out of this event. And I thought this was a race that some of the action that is coming in is frankly surprising. I thought the 10 might go off favored in here, but Save My Town favored at this point, 7-5 on the board. But a couple of horses that you may not have on your ticket or may not jump off the page is Jay's Beach Bum, a 3-year-old by Omaha Beach. The Indiana bred debuted and went off at 7-2 on debut in a 12-horse field. Took a ton of love. In fact, actually went off much lower than Save My Town. So just a couple of weeks ago, bettors were saying Jay's Beach Bum was going to be significantly better than Save My Town. However, now the money has come in on Save My Town, and Jay's Beach Bum providing the more value in here. 4-1. Second start, has every right to continue to improve, and I do think highly of Conference calling the winner of that race. So those two certainly exit a live race. You've also got Fervent Prayer, could be any sort in here. 3-year-old by Take Charge Indy for Tony Granite's kid Santos Sandra has been working consistently. A good gate workout most recently. A horse you do not want to get beat by. 1, 5, 9, and 10. As we kick off the card, and then we move forward to the hammer time of the day in race number 2. A horse that I've had in my stable mail for some time. I wasn't disappointed, isn't the right word. I was thrilled to get 3-1 off the long layoff. Jose Ortiz comes in. Now, never disappointed to get a Hall of Fame rider on your horse. However, it's going to destroy the value. Any value that there may have been with Studio Hall is certainly now gone. I didn't think ran a terrible race as my stable mail horse last time. Broke slow. Moved out widest of all to avoid any of that kickback. Moved very well, like a machine mid-turn. I thought, holy cow, this is going to be an impressive effort. However, then did flatten in the lane, but galloped out well. And the winner that day was an 8-1 Diodoro runner who absolutely freaked. Stopped the clock in 103.42, dueled on the inside, stepped away late. So Studio Hall ran a better race than expected, and it was the first off of a lengthy layoff. I think this 3-year-old filly certainly has upside, and they'll take the blinkers off today. We'll see if she can get back to her freaky talent that she displayed on debut last season. Race number 3, another single in here. This looks like a race where you either got to hit the all button or single. I'm going to go Krickenberger. There's a horse who could be an overlay in here. I don't really pay too much attention to the morning lines when the surface changes, but Krickenberger is unlikely to go off at 7-5. We might be able to get around 5-2 or 2-1 when it's all said and done. A horse who has a recency edge over many in this field. You look at Americana Anna, hasn't raced since last year. Rev's Run had one sprint race already this season, but I think ultimately they'll want to be on the turf course, as is Jack Summer. Amazingness making the 2025 debut. Off pitch, could potentially go off favored into this spot. That's where I think most of the bettors will land. And then Skip and Justice could be any sort. So we'll actually do back-to-back singles in this early pick 5 in races 2 and 3 with Krickenberger on race number 3. Race number 4, not kicking off the late fire 5, scratch 11 and 12. 6 furlongs going to be the race for maiden special weight competition in here. I had a tough time handicapping this race. I think it could be any sort. This is a race where you really could go a variety of directions. Bourbon Curiosity might win by a pole, but Migo Meister might jump up and run a huge race for Tim Eggleston, who I think could be sitting on a big day. Jackson's Buddy at 12-1. Cipriano Contreras. I have vowed in my time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis to not allow him to beat me or knock me out of a pick 5. However, he is 0 for 8 thus far on the season, which is a little bit misleading considering he does have 5 second and third place finishes soon to break through. The 10 is playing the angles. Joe Ramos, Randy Klopp, a horse who closed in well from off the pace and I think deserves a long look in race number 4. 5th race, another off-turf event, plenty of scratches in here. This is a race where I just hit the easy button. I did 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, hit the all button in the 5th race. This could be any sort. I'm not really sure who's going to go off favored, let alone how they bet this race. I think Sasha Away is a horse who has trained well on the dirt, stays in here. Louis Size is going to take some love. They tried the blinkers on last time. Now they'll take the blinkers off. Trying to still figure this horse out, I believe. But never seen a Curlin in a sired race by any means. That's unique to me. But Tiz Bayou looks to be the speed of the speed, but it stopped badly in the last 3 races, but could run a huge race today. Crossley, one of my favorites of all time. A horse who goes second start off the layoff. Didn't run particularly great off the layoff last time out. Now gets Adam Beschizza. This race, top to bottom, I mean, this is a wide-open betting event. Like you say, comes off the turf, some scratches, but there's still plenty of intrigue and stories within the story. This may not be a stakes race, but it's certainly got stakes quality talent in the 5th race, and I do think it's maybe the most challenging race, in my opinion, to figure out who's going to go off favored, where the value may lie. It'll be a lot easier to dictate that in the late Fire 5 when you're able to look at the tote board, look at the betting board, and see how those will pays are playing out. But for the sake of the early pick 5, it's going to be very challenging. We're going to hit the all button, and we're fortunate to do so because we've got 2 singles in races 2 and 3, but we're 16 minutes away from the opener on a sloppy Caesars Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. John G. Dooley's made his way up to the announcer's booth. He will take you through a plethora of scratches and changes. Happy Caesars Day.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth on this Caesars Day. Great to have you with us. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Sun and clouds. Temperatures in the 70s. Main track is labeled sloppy. All main track card. On Caesars Day, we are off the turf. All 10 races will be run on the main track. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Maiden Sprint opener starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Here number 6, Against the Wind. Add 3 pounds to the listed program weight. Then scratch the 8, Zip Lord, and 11, Crab Crunch. Scratch the 8 and 11 from the Maiden Sprint opener. Race 2 starts the $1 early pick 4. From the Sprint, Sloppy Track, take out 2, Hidden Quarry, 5, Baytown Butterfly, and 6, Insta-Kiss. Scratch the 2, 5, and number 6 from the race card. In the 3rd race, noting it's off the turf, the 3rd will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Here, no scratches. All 7 run. No rider changes. Number 1, Skip Injustice, and 3 pounds to the program weight. Noting race 3 on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. To the 4th race we go. Maiden Sprint. Here, scratch number 11, My Miley's Vow, and the 12, R. Guy Max. Scratch 11, My Miley's Vow, and 12, R. Guy Max from the Maiden Sprint. Race 5 due at 4:14, another taken off the turf course. The 5th will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 1, L. McGeeth. The 4, Pressure. Take out number 5, Lady of Power. Scratch 6, La Scalinetta. And the 10, LA Woman. Note number 9, Tiz Bayou. Entered by Tim Eggleston as a main track only, will run. Tiz Bayou, the 9, will run. Scratch the 1, 4, 5, 6, and number 10. Noting race 5 will be run on the main track. There'll be no Horseshoe Hat-Trick Turf Pick 3 featured today. No Horseshoe Hat-Trick Turf Pick 3 featured on race 5 to be run on the main track. On to the 6th race, the first of our 4 premier races here on Caesar's Day, the Swifty Sired Fillies. Note number 5, She's by Huckleberry, racing first time on Lasix medication. It should be marked in your program L1, first time Lasix for number 5, She's by Huckleberry. Number 9, Innisfree Lass has been scratched. Scratch 9, Innisfree Lass from the Swifty Sired Fillies. Races 7 and 8, those premier races off the turf. From the 7th race, the Horseshoe Indianapolis. Scratch 2, Just Ruthless. 3, Play with Fire. 4, Say No More. Take out the 7, Multiplication. Scratch 9, Admit. 10, Princess Attitude. 11, Stay Classy. Scratch 12, Love You Anyway. And take out the 14, Bessie Abbott. Note the 13, Junta, draws in. Junta, the number 13, will run. With those scratches, no superfecta, no pentafecta wagering on the Horseshoe Indianapolis. Scratch again, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, and number 14 all scratched from the Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track, 1 mile, 70 yards. After the Horseshoe Indianapolis, the Caesars. Race 8 at 5:47. The Caesars will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 3, Sing Sing. 4, Discreet Dancer. 5, Goldwyn. And take out the 7, Clock Tower. With those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta, and scratch the pentafecta too. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta, no grand high 5. Scratch 3, 4, 5, and the 7 from the Caesars. And the 9th, the Sagamore Sired Handicap. Scratch 1, Keg. Number 1, Keg has been scratched. 2, Concho's Prayer, 1 pound over the listed program weight in the Sagamore Sired. Race 10, closing the Caesars Day card with a quarter horse allowance dash over the 330 yards. Here are no scratches, no rider changes. These overweights reported. 2, Special Bad Habit, 3 over. 8, Sneaking Whiskey, 5 over. Number 9, GV Wildcat, 3 extra pounds. There a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. 10 on tap. All 10 including our premier races. The Horseshoe Indianapolis and the Caesars will be run on the main track. Main track labeled sloppy under clearing skies as we near the maiden sprint opener. It's 9 minutes away. Make it a great Caesars Day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On Caesars Day 2025, Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track for the opening maiden sprint. Race 1 of 10 carded. Well, main track card, here a field of 9. Scratch 8, Zip Lord, and 11, Crab Crunch. Scratch 8 and number 11 from the race card. No rider changes. 6 Against the Wind, 3 pounds over the program weight. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track Sloppy, parading with 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes to the maiden sprint. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Sloppy track on Caesars Day. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Save My Town. It was a debut second. Fernando Little Cruz with James Beach Bum has joined Save My Town. Brittany Truxtell, Hyperion Bridge debuts. Against the Wind, Cesar Orantes claims a 10-pound apprentice allowance with 3 career wins. Rodney Prescott, Army Fever coming up. Evan Roman with Amazing Mike. Now Army Fever. Six furlongs here at the top of the card. Army Fever in, now Amazing Mike. Save My Town, 7-5, the first favorite. 11-1, Amazing Mike. Amazing Mike just joined up. Couple in back. Santo Sanjo with Fervent Prayer. One of the 4 first-time starters, Fervent Prayer. Save My Town, even money favorite. One more. Luis Contreras with Sleepy, son of Keen Ice. Was 4th year on debut on a wet track. All 10 races today on the main track. Main track sloppy to start. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Sleepy alertly away. Right there is Fervent Prayer, and here's Jay's Beach Bum in the black cap with an early bid. It's Fervent Prayer. So Fervent Prayer just leads, Sleepy pressing. Jay's Beach Bum right there as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. Save My Town on the turquoise cap vying for 4th. Amazing Mike is running in 5th. It's a break of 5 more to He's All Out back in 6th. The speed of Stretch them out into the far turn. Then Army Fever with Against the Wind, and the first-time starter, Hyperion Bridge trails here in the Caesars Day opener. The quarter blown past. 21.76 seconds. Sloppy track as these leaders make their way toward the quarter pole. And widening is Sleepy. And Sleepy's opened up a 5-length lead on James Beach Bum toward the inside. Fervent Prayer showed speed but has dropped back. Amazing Mike in the purple cap on the far outside, and Save My Town looks to launch a bid. They're into the stretch, half mile in 44.83 seconds with Luis Contreras. It's Sleepy. And Sleepy, the son of Keen Ice, is an 8-length leader coming past the 16th. On the outside is Save My Town toward the rail. Army Fever with a bid. Amazing Mike, and then He's All Out. Dropping back was Jay's Beach Bum. It's Sleepy. And Sleepy scores in the slot by 6. Save My Town was 2nd, Army Fever 3rd, and Amazing Mike finished 4th. Winding 11.02 on the wet track. 10.137, the unofficial order finish to race 1. In the maiden sprint, number 10, Sleepy. 5-1 first. 1 Save My Town. 9-5, played second fiddle again. 3 Army Fever. 7-1 debut third. There's 7 Amazing Mike in the purple silks at 16-1, rounding out the frame. 10-1-3-7. Sleepy, son of Keen Ice. Fourth here on Sloppy Track debut. Does one better today at 5-1 to start the early pick 5 on Caesars Day. The result of the first race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 10, Sleepy, with Luis Contreras. Sleepy is a 3-year-old big gelding by Keen Ice. Out of the Aldebaran mare, Adorable Debbie. Randy Klopp trains for Indiana breeder and owner, Dennis Reese's Reese Ranch. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sleepy out to the maiden ranks. First results in. 10-1 exacta paid $37.20. The 50-cent trifecta, 10-1-3, $54.65. With Amazing Mike fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 10-1-3-7, paid $56.15. 8 and 11 were the non-runners. 9 ran. Track listed sloppy, 111.02 at the top of the card. Race 2, Carter for the main track today. Race 2 of 10 here on Caesars Day. Take out the 2, Hidden Quarry. Scratch 5, Baytown Butterfly. And 6, Insta Kiss. Scratch 2, 5, and the 6 from the sprint. Race 2 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Post time for the second race at 2:41 in all cases. Please do try to make your Caesars Day selections and wagers early. Thank you. Coming in just a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Hope you had a bet on Sleepy. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Sleepy alertly away. Right there is Fervent Prayer, and here's Jay's Beach Bum in the black cap with an early bid. It's Fervent Prayer. So Fervent Prayer just leads, Sleepy pressing. Jay's Beach Bum right there as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. Save My Town on the turquoise cap vying for 4th. Amazing Mike is running in 5th. It's a break of 5 more to He's All Out back in 6th. The speed of Stretch Them Out into the far turn. Then Army Fever with Against the Wind, and the first-time starter, Hyperion Bridge trails here in the Caesars Day opener. The quarter blown past 21.76 seconds. Sloppy track as these leaders make their way toward the quarter pole. And widening is Sleepy. And Sleepy's opened up a 5-length lead on James Beach Bum toward the inside. Fervent Prayer showed speed but has dropped back. Amazing Mike in the purple cap on the far outside, and Save My Town looks to launch a bid. They're into the stretch, half mile in 44.83 seconds with Luis Contreras. It's Sleepy. And Sleepy, the son of Keen Ice, is an 8-length leader coming past the 16th. On the outside is Save My Town toward the rail. Army Fever with a bid. Amazing Mike, and then he's all out. Dropping back was Jay's Beach Bum. It's Sleepy. And Sleepy scores in the slot by 6. Save My Town was second, Army Fever third, and Amazing Mike finished fourth.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Randy Klopp runs away and hides. Your morning line favorite returns over $12 in the opener on Caesars Day. 6 furlongs the distance for race number 2. Kicks off that $1 minimum pick 4. Do you scratch numbers 2, 5, and 6? Takes some of the speed out of this race, but there's still plenty of speed with the horses that remain. And I happen to have what I thought was my best bet of the day, Studio Hall. But right now, this horse is absolutely crushed. I thought some of the others would take some love. Certainly believed that Insta-Kiss was going to take some action, as was Hidden Query for Ethan West and Jareth Loveberry. Loveberry will be here today for the stakes race aboard Brodeur later on for Ethan. However, they'll be out of this event. Studio Hall, OXO Equine. The value may not be there, but I still happen to love Studio Hall and have ever since the debut, June 25th, 2024. Had excellent works entering and actually ran to the works in a rare sight for yours truly, and I've been waiting for Studio Hall to return. Now, the return took some love, happened to love 3-1, didn't get the result we wanted, broke slow, moved widest, kind of moved up mid-turn, and was maybe a race short or a workout short in that race. Kind of moved very willingly around the turn, but got stalled in the lane. So we come back stronger today, likely a little bit more fit, a little bit tighter. The muddy track is an unknown in here, but I expect a quicker break today. They do take the blinkers off. She debuted without blinkers, so I don't see any issues there. Second start off the layoff in Studio Hall is the hammer time of the day, but I should have known that OXO Equine was going to get bet, and we wouldn't get anywhere near that morning line price. Right now, 4-5, but a horse you might think about trying to beat the favorite with is Top, and it looks like many people are, as these two are vying for favoritism back and forth between Top and Studio Hall. Fernando de la Cruz aboard Michelle Elliott's 3-year-old filly by Army Mule, bred to absolutely love a sloppy racetrack. 442 on that Tomlinson jumps off the page at you, and this horse absolutely dominated April 16th, almost a month to the day. Broke sharp, tracked just off the leader, and made it look easy when it was all said and done. Now, it's yet to be seen how fast or how strong that race came back. The Beyer speed figure came back very healthy at 72. This 3-year-old filly showed a tactical ability. She broke near the inside in a 12-horse field, but she stalked and pounced in the lane, and another effort like that certainly makes her a huge contender, and it looks like the bettors agree. 8-5, currently co-favored right now on the board with Studio Hall, but the 3 is Viral Plain Lady. Now, this one also ran a huge race. In fact, in my opinion, ran almost just as fast as the 4 Top, but you're going to get much better value. Could be the value of the race. Viral Plain Lady for Rogelio Labra, who owns and trains Flacco, going to be calling the shots in here. The one-time winner does have 3 second-place finishes, including last time out where Dion's 80 absolutely freaked and stopped the clock in 103.42. Second start off the layoff, has every right to continue to improve, has a win over this track, and is as consistent as they come here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 3 starts, 1 win, and 2 second-place finishes. She's very quick on her best days. She can absolutely win this race, 5-1. The value player in here, a field of 5 set to navigate 6 furlongs. John G. Dooley kicks off the $1 minimum, pick 4, 6 minutes from now.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 5. Scratch 2, Hidden Quarry. 5, Baytown Butterfly, and 6, Insta Kiss. Scratch from the fillies sprint, the 2, 5, and number 6. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card here on Caesar's Day. And the main track remains labeled sloppy. 3 minutes to post time, 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Manny Esquivel with Spanker Boom. Marcelio Flacco with Viral Plain Lady coming up. Viral Plain Lady joins Spanker Boom. Fernando Leto Cruz with Top. A couple of fillies back. Joseph Baylor with Princess of Omaha. One more. 1-2 favorite. Jose Ortiz with Studio Hall. Track lanes labeled sloppy. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Viral Plain Lady. There's Studio Hall in the red cap. And toward the inside, making an early bid is Spanker Boom for the lead as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. It's Spanker Boom. So Spanker Boom with the rail for Manny Esquivel has taken a short lead from Viral Plain Lady, with Top showing that positional pace to track the duel from third. Studio Hall running in fourth, then a break of 8 more. First run of 2025 for Princess of Omaha, who trails the 3-year-old fillies quintet. The opening quarter, 21.32 seconds as they round the far turn. Spanker Boom just leads. Viral Plain Lady looking to match strides. And here's Top. Top is making 3-path progress now for Fernando Leto Cruz. And Top has taken the lead as they turn for home. Studio Hall coming with a sweep. Viral Plain Lady, Spanker Boom showed that speed but has dropped back. And finally Princess of Omaha into the stretch half mile in under 44 seconds. And here comes Studio Hall, who's charging after Top as they come inside the final 16th. It's Top narrowly. Studio Hall on the outside for Jose Ortiz. Studio Hall trying to get there yard by yard. Top toward the inside. Studio Hall. Top denied by Studio Hall. Viral Plain Lady finished third. $109.71 after the 3-year-old filly sprint. 109.71. Judges scoring for a photograph. It was 1-2 on Studio Hall. In Still Regard filly, she'll get the result. Jose Ortiz in town for Will Walden. 1-2 favorite, Studio Hall. Stand by for the full order from the judges after race 2. 109.71. Number 8, Studio Hall confirmed first. 4 Top, 2-1 second. 3 Viral Plain Lady, 6-1 third, and 1 Spanker Boom fourth. Princess of Omaha last of 5. 8-4, 3-1-7. The result of the second race, official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8, Studio Hall, with Jose Ortiz. Studio Hall is a 3-year-old bay filly by Instilled Regard. At a Beyond Ambition by Tap at Brennan, Kentucky. Will Walden trains for winning breeder and owner Larry Best's OXO Equine LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Studio Hall. Paid 1-2 in the 3-year-old filly Sprint Official. 8-4 Exacta, $6.60. 50-cent trifecta, 8-4-3, returned $4 even. The 10 and 8 opening double on Caesar's Day returned $19 even. There was no superfecta featured. 2, 5, and 6 were the non-runners. Favorite first. 5 ran. Sloppy track, 109.71. To the third we go. One of those taken off the turf course here on Caesar's Day. All main track hard. Third race will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. No scratches, no rider changes. 1 skip and justice, 3 pounds over. 1 mile and 70 yards, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The main track here on Caesar's Day for an all main track card remains labeled sloppy. We'll keep you updated under clear skies now. 3:12 post time for race 3. And they're off. Fast start for Viral Plain Lady. There's Studio Hall in the red cap. And toward the inside, making an early bid is Spanker Boom for the lead as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. It's Spanker Boom. So Spanker Boom with the rail for Manny Esquivel has taken a short lead from Viral Plain Lady, with Top showing that positional pace to track the duel from third. Studio Hall running in fourth, then a break of 8 more. First run of 2025 for Princess of Omaha, who trails the 3-year-old fillies Quintet. The opening quarter, 21.32 seconds as they round the far turn. Spanker Boom just leads. Viral Plain Lady looking to match strides. And here's Top. Top is making 3-path progress now for Fernando de la Cruz. And Top has taken the lead as they turn for home. Studio Hall coming with a sweep. Viral Plain Lady, Spanker Boom showed that speed but has dropped back. And finally Princess of Omaha into the stretch half mile in under 44 seconds, and here comes Studio Hall, who's charging after Top as they come inside the final 16th. It's Top narrowly, Studio Hall on the outside for Jose Ortiz. Studio Hall trying to get there yard by yard, Top toward the inside, Studio Hall. Top denied by Studio Hall. Viral play.
Corbel. Make it gold.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
We're 11 minutes to race 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a very nice card here today, even with the scratches. I'm going with what Eric said this morning. Be positive. We're looking at this. This is a glass half full thing. There's still a lot of quality on this card, and a nice little tidbit that Ed sent us. I love Ed's little factoids. They're some of my favorites. But he said today's third race is, and pardon the pun, on track to be just a 5th race this year with no scratches, despite coming off the turf, and just the 5th time in 5 years at Indiana. That happens everywhere when you come off the turf, but I thought that was a pretty interesting one, and there are no scratches. So kudos to everyone for staying in here, and I see why, because the 2 has some off track, ran on the slop, the 3 cut some seconds and thirds. In the 4th race, we have, or in the 4th horse, we have a 2nd place finish on an off track. 6 has a 2nd place finish on the slop, a win on the slop last time out, American Kana Anna. And the 7, my top selection and the favorite right now at 8-5 as well. So there's a lot of horses who have ran on an off track in this field, so that's why I'm sure. Ed Krickenberger, Joe Ramos aboard for Eric Foster. This one, put up a 79 last time out. Now that was on the poly, so keep that in mind. But it was a third place finish versus similar. But if you go back, he's running on a little bit of soft grass before. We're on the actual slop on the dirt today. A couple of thirds there, and also a nice work. But I think it's the speed, it looks like it on the first couple races. Speed's gonna hold up today. But look how nice it is. Track is listed as muddy now. The sun has come out. And just a really nice looking chestnut mare that we have here, the 7 Krickenberger, my top selection. She's carrying really good flesh, and for a 5-year-old, she just looks phenomenal. On to the 4th race, Jack Summer, Orlando Mojica aboard here for Rob Sturgeon. This is a 6-year-old mare who's going from poly to the slop here today. And a couple lines back, now it was last year at the end of the meet, November, this horse ran on the slop at today's distance of 1.70 miles, because that's what we're going to be running now, very similar. Put up a 75 and an allowance with DP aboard. Deshaun Parker got shuffled at the 7/16, kind of went out wide, made a rally, ended up being 6th by 5 lengths and getting second, only beaten half a length. So I'm at 11-1 too. I like Jack Summer a lot with Orlando in the irons. And then the 3, Amazingness, is who I'm going to round it out with. This horse just loves to get second or third. In fact, his last 7 races has either been second or a third place finish, mainly second. Some horses, have that, but this one has been on wet dirt 7 times, and 6 of those have been second or third place finishes. So you definitely want to keep your eye on Amazingness, especially at 10-1 right now. I just think this is definitely one to put in your exactas, your trifectas for sure. 7-4-3 for me here in the 3rd race for just 8 minutes to post. This does start at 50-cent pick 3. And don't forget, we have an all-stakes pick 4 later starting in race 6. And our late fire pick 5 starts in race 5. 7 minutes to post. Good luck.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the third race. This race will be run over the main track. It's off the turf. Main track now listed muddy. No scratches, no rider changes. One skip injustice add 3 pounds to the program weight. At 1 mile and 70 yards, main track now muddy. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start. Main track now muddy. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Joseph Romero with Skip and Justice. Orlando Mejica, Jack Summer. First couple in, all 7 run. Alex Ashard with off pitch. Samer Bermudez, Rev's run went well, now off pitch. Evan Roman with Americana Anna. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Amazingness. First run of 2025 for Amazingness, and one more. Joe Ramos with Quickenberger at 1 mile and 70 yards. This one of 4 today, taken off the turf course, main track muddy. They're in the game. They're off. Off pitch with Jack's Summer. Here comes an early bid by Rev's Run, and right there, Americana Anna as they make their way toward the first turn with Alex Ashard. Off pitch, just leans toward the inside from a close-up Rev's Run. Americana Anna making her 5-year-old seasonal bow in the 3-path as they round the first turn. Saving ground is Jack Summer. Americana Anna now running 4th at the 6.5. Then Quickenberger with toward the inside. Amazingness was running 2nd to last, and Skip and Justice trails as the filly mares go to the back of this now muddy track. 23.84 lead seconds with these joint leaders. So Rev's Run for Samuel Bermudez, and toward the inside off pitch. It's Rev's Run who just leads off pitch toward the inside. Americana Anna tracking them from 3rd. Joe Ramos and Quickenberger 4th on the outside. Jack Summer, Amazingness, and Skip and Justice remains last. Rev's Run is locked horns with off pitch as they head toward the far turn. And off this battle, Americana Anna is now making a move, and Quickenberger follows with Americana Anna. The half mile in 47.43 seconds. Americana Anna took the top for Evan Roman, and Quickenberger pursues. Americana Anna close to the quarter pole. They've come clear from Rev's Run. Off pitch showed speed but has dropped back. Amazingness, Skip and Justice in the red silks with a gain on the far outside, and Jack Summer is last. They turn for home. Here's Quickenberger ranging up outside of Americana Anna, who leads them into the stretch after 3/4 in 1 minute 12.15 seconds for Evan Roman. It's Americana Americana Anna kicking for the final 16th and is pulled away from Krickenberger left back. Amazingness revs run toward the inside, trying to box on. Skip Injustice belatedly. Americana Anna raced away to an 8-length win. Krickenberger holds Skip Injustice. Amazingness back and forth. .144.45 on a now muddy track. 144.45 seconds unofficial. 6-7-1-3-6 Americana Anna. 8-1 first. 7 Krickenberger. 6-5 the runner-up. 1 Skip Injustice. 19-1 third. And 3 Amazingness making her 6-year-old seasonal bow. Amazingness at 13-1 getting into the superfecta. Evan Roman for Michelle Elliott, KP Thoroughbreds, Brent Sutton, Americana Anna winning her seasonal bow. Race 3 official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 6, Americana Anna with Evan Roman. Americana Anna is a 5-year-old dark mare brown mare by Fast Anna. At a Big Sister Ridge by Cactus Ridge, the now 3-time winner. Bred here in the Hoosier State, is trained by Michelle Elliott for Kathy Dent's KP Thoroughbreds LLC and Brent Sutton. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Americana Anna. Wins the distaff at 144.45. The first pick 3 on the card. All main track card on Caesar's Day. Paid $48.45. The 6-7 exacta $43.80. 50-cent trifecta 6-7-1 $83.90. 8-6 double $34.60. And the 10-cent superfecta paid $51.04. Amazingness ran fourth. Favorite second, all 7 ran. Muddy track 144.45. 21 minutes away, race 4. Made in sprint, Scratch 11, My Miley's Vow, and 12, Our Guy Max. Scratch 11, and number 12, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3. Post time, 3:43. Of course, main track muddy, they're in the gate. They're off. Off pitch with Jack's Summer. Here comes an early bid by Revs Run, and right there, Americana Anna as they make their way toward the first turn with Alex Ishard. Off pitch, just leans toward the inside from a close-up Revs Run. Americana Anna making her 5-year-old seasonal bow in the 3-path as they round the first turn. Saving ground is Jack Summer. Americana Anna now running fourth at the 6.5. Then Quickenberger with toward the inside. Amazingness was running second to last, and Skippin' Justice trails as the Philly mares go to the back of this now muddy track. 23.84 lead seconds with these joint leaders. So Revs Run for Samir Bermudez, and toward the inside off pitch, it's Revs Run who just leads off pitch toward the inside. Americana Anna tracking them from third. Joe Ramos and Quickenberger fourth on the outside. Jack Summer, Amazingness, and Skippin' Justice remains last. Revs Run has locked horns with off pitch as they head toward the far turn. And off this battle, Americana Anna is now making a move, and Quickenberger follows with Americana Anna. A half mile in 47.43 seconds. Americana Anna took the top for Evan Roman, and Quickenberger pursues. Americana Anna close to the quarter pole. They've come clear from Revs Run. Off pitch showed speed but has dropped back. Amazingness, Skippin' Justice in the Red Silks with a gain on the far outside, and Jack Summer is last. They turn for home. Here's Quickenberger ranging up outside of Americana Anna, who leads them into the stretch after 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.15 seconds for Evan Roman. It's Americana Anna kicking for the final 16th and has pulled away from Quickenberger left back. Amazingness, Revs Run toward the inside, trying to box on. Skippin' Justice belatedly. Americana Anna raced away to an 8-length win. Quickenberger holds Skippin' Justice. Amazingness back and forth. Of course, main
A day of upsets so far. Still plenty of more racing action, including an all-stakes pick 4 coming at you, which will begin in race number 6. However, we've seen some moderate upsets today. At a 5-1 winner in the opener, 8-1 winner in the third race. Early pick 3 that pays generous, considering there was also a 1-2 favorite as well. And now we bring out a big field, 10 of them set to go to the gate after the scratches of numbers 11 and 12. The outside runners are out. 10 will battle it out over 6 furlongs in here, all looking for their first career victory. And I'm going to go all the way to the outside. A horse who's taken some action, Randy Klopp, looking for a training double already on the day, and he's already brought home one post position, number 10, as a 5-1 winner in our opener. He looks to do so again in here with Playing the Angles. The 4-year-old gelding by Dialed In has 5 starts, 2 seconds to his name, and I thought last time out he ran impressively. It's a horse who had previously shown speed over at Mountaineer, had kind of been all around, was at Indiana, then went long at Mountaineer, went over to Mahoney Valley, now has found one of our top trainers in Randy Klopp, and came from off the pace, closed in very willingly into that race. And our track, when there's a little moisture into it, can be a little bit challenging to come from well off the pace. And this was on a good track that day, and ran into it very willingly, I thought. But the winner that day was long gone on the front end. Still lightly raced, can continue to improve after only 5 starts. The mare, she was a 2-time winner. She made over $50,000 in her career. The only other sibling isn't much to write home about. So this one could be an improving sort in here. It looks like the bettors have tabbed that as well. 10-1 morning line, currently 5-2. Your clear second choice on the board. But Jackson's Buddy might have something to say about that. Cipriano Contreras sends out Jackson's Buddy, the 3-year-old chestnut, in here. Gets Santos Sanger aboard, and he was aboard April 23rd when they got accustomed with one another. Beat half the field home, finished 6th in a 12-horse field after breaking near the inside. Kind of had an awkward start, re-rallied, kind of rushed up after that awkward start. Just a overall troubled trip. It was one that you can't really take much out of. You just truly have to draw a line through and say there will be brighter days ahead. But when Cipriano Contreras sends out a horse that's going to be double-digit odds, you have my attention. He wins races as a favorite. He wins races as a long shot, and he continuously wins races. Now, he's winless so far on the year. He does have 8 starts with 5 second and third place finishes, but I quickly expect him to rise through the ranks and get familiar with that 19% win rate across the country as Jackson's Buddy getting ready for duty here in the walking ring at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 8-1 on the board because a lot of the money has come in on number 2, Amigo Meister, Tim Eggleston and Mitch Merle, a new jockey-trainer combination that they've quickly become accustomed with one another, and I think they're going to have plenty of success this season as a tandem you need to pay attention to. Lightly raced, the 3-year-old son of Adios Charlie, making his second career start, and he chased home what I believe to be a very good one last time out in Conference Calling. Has every right to continue to improve. Impressively went sub 22 and almost 45 flat to the half. Amigo Meister does have a ton of upside. However, that upside appears limited as the bettors have tabbed this one your clear favorite. 8-5 right now, but the DRF projections indicate this could go as low as 3-2 off that 9-2 morning line. Your morning line favorite, Bourbon Curiosity, at 8-5, has ice cold on the board. 4-1. The bettors have made Amigo Meister the favorite in here. We'll see who's accurate. That morning line odds maker tried to point you in the right direction in race number 1. Your morning line favorite was 5-2. Went off at 5-1, came home an easy winner. And in here, the bettors are trying to say the deuce should have been favored. We'll see how it plays out 6 minutes from now. Don't forget those rolling daily doubles, pick 3s, whatever fits your fancy in a big maiden special weight race coming at you 6 minutes from now.
The horses stepping onto the track. Labeled Money for the fourth race maiden sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 10. Scratch number 11, My Miley's Vow, and the 12, Our Guy Max. Scratch the 11 and number 12. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden sprint. Main track buddy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden sprint. Samuel Bermudez with TV Victory. Up and in first. Felix Ostadillo with He Better Be Fast. Went in well. Joined TV Victory. Now Mitchell Merrill with Amigo Meister. Loads 8-5 favorite, Amigo Meister. Santo Sanjor with Jackson's Buddy. Andres Aloha with 3-time started Bourbon Curiosity. Alberto Burgos, Air Charger, drew 8. Here over the 6 furlongs. That was Bourbon Curiosity who broke through the gate. Loose horse, Bourbon Curiosity. Now at the 6 furlong start, Andres Aloha up to his feet. The loose horse is Bourbon Curiosity. Running loose up the back was 2-1. The outrider here at Horseshoe Indianapolis still pursuing Bourbon Curiosity at the top of the stretch. Stand by for a late scratch. Late scratch by order of the stewards. Scratch 3, Bourbon Curiosity. Broke through the gate prior to the start. Jockey Andres Aloha was back up to his feet. Late scratch on 3, Bourbon Curiosity. All wagers here. And the maiden sprint on the 3, Bourbon Curiosity refunds. And that loose horse, Bourbon Curiosity, now in the hands of the outrider. We've taken out of harm's way. Late scratch on 3, Bourbon Curiosity. 6 and 3 will be a consolation double. 6-3 consolation double. Those using 3, Bourbon Curiosity. In a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. After breaking through the gate prior to the start, running off, scratch 3, Bourbon Curiosity from the maiden. And with Bourbon Curiosity now off the track and going back to the Miguel Silva stable, ready to reload. Back in, TV Victory goes. Reloading. First time starter, he better be fast. Went back into the gate well. Amigo Meister, now even money. Mitral for Tim Eggleston. Amigo Meister drew 2. Jackson's Buddy reloading. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Kentucky Justice now being led up toward the gate. Kentucky Justice joins Air Charger. Evan Roman with Innisfree Lad. Gus and Woodrow. Luis Contreras won the Caesars Day opener. Now Innisfree Lad in, so stand by. One more, Joe Ramos with Playing the Angles like Gus and Woodrow. Both here in the maiden sprint for Randy Klopp. Late scratch on 3, Bourbon Curiosity. The 3's a non-runner. All in line. And they're off. Air Charger, Gus and Woodrow toward the inside. There's Amigo Meister and TV Victory making a dash for it now for Sammy Bermudez. TV Victory has taken the early lead from Amigo Meister, who follows close, with Gus and Woodrow running in third by 2.5. Jackson's Buddy is in fourth. Innisfree Lad in the white silks joined out wide by Playing the Angles, who's making progress as they go past the half-mile pole. Air Charger on the far outside. Then toward the inside comes Kentucky Justice, and farther back the first-time starter, He Better Be Fast trails the quarter, 21.89 seconds with inside 3 furlongs left. It's TV Victory with Amigo Meister, and on the outside, here comes this bid by Gus and Woodrow, who's now looming up as they come toward the top of the stretch. TV Victory confronted by Gus and Woodrow, Playing the Angles, sweeping into action, and Amigo Meister really needs to kick. These maidens have straightened away, half mile in 45.07 seconds. Gus and Woodrow leads them 1 furlong to go for Gus and Woodrow as Playing the Angles comes up on the outside into second. Amigo Meister, TV Victory is spent, and losing the rider there was Gus and Woodrow. Uncita Luis Contreras with Joe Ramos, Playing the Angles wins. Air Charger was second, Jackson's Buddy third, Kentucky Justice and Innisfree Lad. Again, that was Gus and Woodrow, injured in the running. Luis Contreras down on the track near the 16th pole. Inquiry. .111.27 after the maiden sprint. 111.27. It was 9-5 on 10 Playing the Angles. Again, we had that spill in the stretch involving the 9 Gus and Woodrow when leading with Luis Contreras. Now Gus and Woodrow with the outrider over here on the first turn. The Horseshoe Indianapolis team tending to jockey Luis Contreras, who remains down on the track. Inquiry into the spill. 10-8-7-4 unofficial. 10 Playing the Angles first. 8 Air Charger second. 7 Jackson's Buddy third. 4 Kentucky Justice fourth. General inquiry into the stretch spill. Hold all bets. with the equine team tending to Gus and Woodrow. We see jockey Luis Contreras up to his feet. So Luis Contreras walking back toward the jockey's room. And again, our equine team tending to Gus and Woodrow. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, here's the 10 playing the angles with Joe Ramos. Again, there's an ongoing inquiry into the spill in the stretch. Playing the angles is a 4-year-old. Dark Bear Brown gelding by Dialed In. Out of the Fleet Alex Bear TCB Kiwis. This Indiana bred is trained by Randy Klopp for breeder Robert Losey and co-owner Greg Shuck, getting off the mark in his 6th run. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Playing the Angles. Takes out the maiden sprint. Inquiry withdrawn. 10-8-7-4. Stand by for the official after race 4. Race 4 official. The 10-8 exacta. 10-8. $119.80. 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. Capped off by Playing the Angles, returns at even $32. 50-cent trifecta, 10-8-7. $165.05. 6-10 double, $73. 6-3 consolation double, $17 even. There was that late scratch on 3, Bourbon Curiosity. Broke through the gate prior to the start, ran off. Refunds due on the 3 in that consolation double. The 10-cent superfecta paid $148.95. Kentucky Justice getting into 4th after the spill with Gus and Woodrow. And again, jockey Luis Contreras did walk back to the jockey's quarters here on his own accord. Gus and Woodrow now in the equine van. 18 minutes away from race 5. One of the quartet taking off the turf course here on Caesar's Day. All main track card. Race 5, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, L. McGeeth. 4, Pressure. Take out 5, Lady of Power. 6, La Scalinetta. And scratch 10, L.A. Woman. Note 9, Tiz Bayou. Entered by Tim Eggleston as a main track only. Main track money. Tiz Bayou will run. Scratch the 1, 4, 5, 6, and number 10. All main track card. No horseshoe hat trick. Turf pick 3 today. No horseshoe hat trick. All turf pick 3 on an all main track card. Race 5 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There is the start of another rolling double. There is the pure pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. Just no all turf pick 3 on Caesar's Day. And the start to the 50-cent late pick 5. Post time in 17 minutes at 4:16 post time.
Have you been on any that you like? What about Dawn? What about for your mother-in-law?
The filly's doing really good.
She is
She
good.
worked already a couple times and she's doing good.
I'm so happy for her that she won that award last year, and hopefully she'll have a good. Is she 4 this year?
Yeah, just 3.
She's 3 this year.
She's 3.
Okay. All right, so we'll have to keep an eye on her. What's her name again?
Molly's Potion.
Yes, Molly's Potion. All right, well, we'll keep an eye out for her, and we'll keep an eye on you. So where are you going to start her at this year? Do you have an idea?
The 23rd.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Non-3?
Yeah. And then go for the stake the 14th. If she's ready. If not, I'll wait for the stake. Either one.
Yeah, you don't want to push her if she's not ready
Yeah,
for it.
I
How did
don't.
she do this winter?
Good. She don't like being turned out.
She wanted to be back at the farm?
She's more happier being here.
Yeah. Oh, being here.
Yeah, than she is.
Well, good.
Yeah.
That's important for them not to be.
Yeah.
She's laid back, like she gets bored. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll walk around like a pony and everything else. I mean, she hangs her head down and.
Oh my God!
and you
Really?
Walk her. It was a big strange coming here though at the beginning, because I was always in barn 10 where it was real quiet.
Well, if she gets bored, maybe she'll like all the excitement. Look at her; she's really enjoying watching everybody through the screen.
She don't miss nothing.
Unfortunate incident in race number 4, but we kick off the late fire 5, and we'll have an all-stakes Itoba pick 4 in race number 6. Randy Klopp, red hot. He has 2 winners so far on the day through the first 4 races. We are off the turf course on a muddy main track. Do note, racetrack has been upgraded from a sloppy to muddy. We've been muddy now for a while, but just wanted to note that before we kick off this late fire 5, 1 mile and 70 yards. The new distance after this race was scheduled to be on the turf course due to scratch numbers 1, 4, 5, 6, 10. 1, 4, 5, 6, and 10 are out of this race, and I am going to go towards the heavily backed and surprising fashion Sashay Away for Brandon Walsh, a 3-year-old filly by Curlin, $150,000 Keeneland sale purchase back in 2003. Brandon Walsh took over the training duties from Bob Medina after the 2024 season, and so far in 3 starts during the championship meet at Gulfstream, the best finish was a 3rd-place finish, and tries the dirt for the first time today. Now, the dirt is an unknown. I do know that I was fortunate, thank you to XBTV, to watch a couple of those workouts, and I thought in the workouts handles the dirt plenty fine. Certainly no issues, couldn't tell anything. Now, wasn't ever really asked for any run, but I skipped over the dirt, in my opinion. Luis Saez gets the mount. We already saw Jose Ortiz pick up his paycheck from Horseshoe Indianapolis for a winner in race number 2. Paid $3. Sashay Away taking a ton of love. May pay less than that, 4 to 5 on the board. The blinkers do come off. This will be the first time trying the dirt. I think the workouts signal it's a go, and the fact that they shipped in and they were going to get a race in and figure out whether she can run on the dirt and handle the dirt or not. She certainly looks picture perfect down here in the walking ring. However, I am surprised how much action she's taken. I recognize that Brandon Walsh and Luis Saez, those names alone are going to command respect. However, there are a lot of question marks. The blinkers coming off, has never raced on the dirt. Even the workouts have been on the synthetic. So there's plenty of question marks. Like this horse, much better around 5 to 2, 7 to 2, whatever it may be. But 4 to 5 right now is what the people are saying is legit. But one of the old Indiana breds, a 5-year-old mare, Brittany's Golden Faith, she certainly loves it here locally. All of her victories have come here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I think her last start was just a prep for longer. It appears to be a 5-year-old mare that in her younger days she certainly wanted to sprint, but as she's gotten a little bit older, maybe her best races will become route races. In fact, that's where she's been the most competitive recently. She was a nose away from beating Literary in open competition, going 2 turns here in a similar off-turf event. And then she returned against state-bred competition and dominated the Hoosier Heartland, which is a $100,000 stakes race, and absolutely made it look like a complete breeze. So I'm willing to forgive that last start. She broke from the very outside. She never really got into that race on opening day. Orlando Mojica likely had his choice between the 2 and the 3, and he lands on Brittany's Golden Faith. And fortunately for you, she's a much better price as well, 5 to 1 versus 3 to 1. We'll see if the Indiana mare can get it going in the right direction. Second start off the layoff and going back to a distance that she prefers. But the speed and the one to catch is Tiz Bayou, 5-year-old mare for Tim Eggleston. Mitch Merle in here with Kathy Jones, 3-time winner from 9 starts, a lightly raced 5-year-old. Her races are well spaced. She makes her 2025 debut today, and she's all speed. She's got one way to go to the front end and play catch me if you can. She doesn't have experience on a wet track, but she is very, very, very quick. And on this track, I want to be close to the pace, if not on the lead. I don't love how she's given way the last 3 races in a row, and when she does wave the white flag, she usually quits pretty rapidly. So not a horse I would necessarily recommend using underneath, more one that you could consider on top if you believe that Mitch Merle is going to be able to nurse that lead, try and back them down, and hold enough punch in the lane for Tiz Bayou. But let's take a look at today's Late Fire 5. Now, it's mostly a handicap considering Late Fire 5, not an all stakes pick 4. Don't want to use the word stakes. It's an all handicap pick 4. And I'm going to use the all button in here. I think it's a wide open race. I think any of them can win. I'm going to hit the all button because we've got 2 singles later on in the card that I think are going to be challenging to overcome. And In race number 7, that handicap race, a lot of scratches. Now a mile and 70 on the main track is going to play right into the hands of Running Away for stud TNT. Their homebred 3-year-old filly by Gun Runner looks awfully tough to catch on the front end. Wesley Ward has done an excellent job when he ships into Horseshoe Indianapolis, reporting right to the racing office to pick up his paycheck before heading home, and I think that will be the case in race number 7. And in race number 8, if there's any doubt that Chasing Liberty is going to be tough, I would venture to guess this horse would be less than 2-5. And yes, that does mean 1-5 or 1-9. Chasing Liberty, strictly the horse to beat, won't be the horse to bet, but there's no way around Chasing Liberty, in my opinion, in the Caesars handicap for $150,000. Now, there is a question, should the horse be 1-5 trying the dirt for the first time? Those workouts have been going in the right direction over at Keeneland. Certainly seems to handle the dirt very well, draws the inside. There's a reason why Luis Saez is here today, and I believe it is because of Chasing Liberty, whether they are on the dirt or the turf. That is strictly the horse to bet. Brodeur is going to take a ton of love for Ethan West and Jareth Loveberry. Those two teamed up on the first Saturday in May to run, and they will try and team up to bring home the Caesars. But I think they are going to have a tough time Chasing Liberty with a ton of class that one brings to the Caesars handicap. Looks like strictly the horse to beat and the horse to use in the late Fire 5. Race number 9, the horse to beat is Mondavilla. That's the horse that I think you could potentially look at a couple of long shots. How about Gin and Whiskey at 30-1? Tavares Douglas off of a layoff going right in the $100,000 stakes. He must like what he's seen at the barn recently and in the mornings to enter Gin and Whiskey into a $100,000 stakes race. This is a horse who showed a ton of talent on debut. 30-1 morning line. Broke slow, was climbing early, closed good ground while widest of all. That was at 33-1. Then came back and was a beaten favorite, and then finally got the maiden special weight victory November 11th when it was pretty watered down. But jumps in today. Waters are deep, but the price will be as well, and you will be rewarded if you're able to connect that 30-1 on the back end of an excellent late Fire 5. The riders getting the leg up. 5 will go to the gate. 1 will return a winner, and I am hopeful it is you. Good luck.
G-Note, bringing them onto the track now for race 5 here of 10 on Caesars Day. Great to have you with us. This one of 4, taking off the turf course, all main track hard. The main track here remains labeled muddy. Race 5, main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, L. McGeeth. Take out the 4, Pressure, 5, Lady of Power. Scratch 6, La Scalinetta. And 10, L.A. Woman. Note 9, Tiz Bayou. Runs as a main track only. Tiz Bayou, the 9 runs. No Horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 today. Race 5 with Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double. The start of another pure rolling pick 3. Just no all turf pick 3 today. And start to the 50-cent late pick 5. 2 minutes to post time. There they are. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent Late Fire 5 on a Caesars Day at the Shoe. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start. Muddy track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time with Mitchell Murrell. Main track only entered, Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou, the mare in. Orlando Mexico with Brittany's Golden Faith. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Cicerto coming up. Couple in the back. Adam Beschizza with Crossley. At 1 mile and 70 yards, this one of 4 taken off the turf on Caesars Day. Main track remains labeled muddy, and one more, Luis Saez with Sachet Away. They're in the gate. They're off. Cicerto and the gold cap broke sharp. Brittany's Golden Faith with the rail. Here comes Crossley with an early bid between horses, and right with Crossley on the outside, Tiz Bayou. As they enter the first turn, it's Tiz Bayou looking to kick on now for Mitchell Murrell to the front, and Tiz Bayou to the lead as they go to the back of the track as Crossley just yields. Cicerto running third on the outside. Sachet Away improves her position with 6 furlongs to go, and Brittany's Golden Faith held up with the rail in last. It's Tiz Bayou. So with Mitchell Murrell, Tiz Bayou takes them through a quarter on this muddy track in 23.45 seconds. On the outside, Cicerto just gaining second for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Adam Beschizza and Crossley saving ground in third by 3/4 length. Luis Saez and Sachet Away racing in the clear on the outside as they go past the half-mile pole inside Sachet Away. Moving up for Orlando Mexico is Brittany's Golden Faith, has the purple cap. Half mile in 46.72. Tiz Bayou leads by 3 to 3 furlongs from home. It's Tiz Bayou, Cicerto, Crossley, Brittany's Golden Faith, and Sachet Away. And Even Money is last. They come toward the top of the stretch. Cicerto trying to narrow the margin on Tiz Bayou. As they come toward the top of the stretch now, it's on the outside, Tiz Bayou with Cicerto launching a bid, 3/4, 1 minute 11.51 seconds. Brittany's Golden Faith straightened away in third. Crossley and Sachet Away not being persevered with. Tiz Bayou with Mitchell Murrell staring at 1 more furlong. Cicerto made a bid. Cicerto's now fully stretched by Tiz Bayou, who's finding to the finish. Brittany's Golden Faith trying to get into the exacta. Tiz Bayou's home. Mitchell Murrell and Tiz Bayou bounding home by 5, and Cicerto held Brittany's Golden Faith for the runner-up spot. 142.95 on a muddy track. 142.95. Main track only entered. Tiz Bayou, 8-1. First. 3 Cicerto. At 5-2 was second. 2 Brittany's Golden Faith. At 9-2 third. And 7 Crosley. At 9-2 fourth. Mitchell Murrell for Tim Eggleston. Runs the Tiz Sardonic Joe Mare here on a muddy track. Gets the result. An 8-1 winner. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 9, Tiz Bayou with Mitchell Murrell. Tiz Bayou is a 5-year-old bay mare by Tiz Sardonic Joe. Out of the Bluegrass Cat Mare, Jenny's Royal Purple. Tim Eggleston trains for Indiana breeder and owner Kathy Diane Jones. Winning her 5-year-old seasonal bow on a muddy track. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tiz Bayou. Was 8-1 at the off. It's official. $9-3 exacta paid $54 even. 50-cent trifecta. 9-3-2, $38.05. There was no superfecta featured. Pick 3, $178.30. The 10-9 double paid $43.20. $1 early pick 4, $606.90, and results in on the 50-cent early pick 5. On an all main track card Caesar's Day. Pays out on 5 of 5. $1,995.25. 5 ran. 142.95. On to race 6 we go. 20 minutes away from the Swifty sired fillies. The first of our premier races. Scratch the 9, Innisfree Lass. Scratch number 9. 1 Spooky Ridge, the jockey Joe Ramos on 1 Spooky Ridge. 5, She's My Huckleberry. First time Lasix medication. That should be marked in your program, L1. First time Lasix for number 5, She's My Huckleberry. Exacta, trifecta, here the superfecta, pentafecta wager. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 late pick 4. Presented by Itoba each and every racing day. Main track remains labeled muddy. The 6th of 10 on Caesar's Day. 4:52 post time. They're off. Cicerto and the gold cap broke sharp. Brittany's Golden Faith with the rail. Here comes Crosley with an early bid between horses. And right with Crosley on the outside, Tiz Bayou. As they enter the first turn, it's Tiz Bayou looking to kick on now for Mitchell Murrell to the front. And Tiz Bayou to the lead as they go to the back of the track as Crosley just yields. Cicerto running third on the outside. Sachet Away improves her position with 6 furlongs to go. And Brittany's Golden Faith held up with the rail in last. It's Tiz Bayou. So with Mitchell Merrill, Tiz Bayou takes them through a quarter on this muddy track in 23.45 seconds. On the outside, Cicerto just gaining second for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Adam Esquitza and Crosley saving ground in third by 3/4 length. Luis Saez and Sachet Away racing in the clear on the outside as they go past the half-mile pole inside Sachet Away. Moving up for Orlando Mexica is Brittany's Golden Faith, has the purple cap. Half mile in 46.72. Tiz Bayou leads by 3 to 3 furlongs from home. It's Tiz Bayou, Cicerto, Crosley, Brittany's Golden Faith, and Sachet Away. And Even Money is last. They come toward the top of the stretch. Cicerto trying to narrow the margin on Tiz Bayou. As they come toward the top of the stretch now, it's on the outside, Tiz Bayou with Cicerto launching a bid, 3/4, 1 minute 11.51 seconds. Brittany's Golden Faith straightened away in third. Crosley and Sachet Away not being persevered with. Tiz Bayou with Mitchell Merrill staring at one more furlong. Cicerto made a bid. Cicerto's now fully stretched by Tiz Bayou, who's finding to the finish. Brittany's Golden Faith trying to get into the exacta. Tiz Bayou's home. Mitchell Merrill and Tiz Bayou bounding home by 5, and Cicerto held Brittany's Golden Faith for the runner-up spot.
We are 10 minutes here to our very first stakes race of the day. I'm sorry, but this is the 12th running of the Swifty Sired Fillies, $100,000 guaranteed Indiana sired, and it's a 3-year-old handicap as we are able to run on Lasix in here. And a couple of horses you must note are going to be running first time Lasix, and that is the one Spooky Ridge right now at 13-1. In the 5, She's My Huckleberry will be running on first time Lasix, and that was a late time change, so that's not in the program. I'm going to go with the 10 here on top. I just love Molly's Potion in here. I got to talk to Dawn and Sammy about this 3-year-old filly. She won Filly of the Year last year. Not Filly of the Year, but she won in the 2-year-old sired ranks. She had a wonderful, wonderful 2024 debut season as she won first asking. Then she came back and won the Indiana Stallion by 8 at 3-1. And then the Miss Indiana, she did not like the slop. So that's a little bit of a question mark there. But she did run on a good track with a little bit of moisture. And this thing has been pretty slick, pretty fast. I was just talking to our Echo-based caller upstairs, Craig, and he said they're just flying over this track. So she came out, made a debut on the 23rd in an allowance and was second. And I think she's the one to beat here in this group. She's got that kind of sit off the lead right there running style, and I think is going to help her out. To her outside, there's a little bit of off-track form with the 11 as well. But I'm going to go to the 8, High Speed Justice. You can't go wrong with those Justice-bred horses, and this is a 3-year-old filly who was bred by Justice Farms. And Tom Congalassi is the owner. Tim Eggleston trains. Tim just winning that last race, a really tough allowance that started the pick 5. A maiden breaking win on April 22nd and was even kind of stuck in the rail and went way out. And still overcame that one by half a length of 6-1 at 5.5. We're at the same distance today. We'll see how he takes the off-going, how she takes the off-going. But I just think that this filly is poised to do a really good job, and she's 5-1 right now. Bet down definitely. Then I'm going to round out with the 6, and this is my big long shot. 9-1 right now on the tote board. 10-8-6 for me Capletura. This is Santos Sanger in the irons for Tony Duran. This is co-owned by Katie Tony, and the man who gave me my start in this racing industry, Brian J. Elmore, is the co-owner of this 3-year-old filly. And honestly, the sloppy effort that on debut last year in July, I like when Tony does this. If you watch Tony Duran, he will start them out at 2 years old. He'll see what they can do, and then sometimes he chooses to wait, give them a little extra time. Might have been the case here. It was a shorter field, but she did win handily with Deshaun Parker aboard. I think Sando is a very underrated jockey, rides really well. And I think she's another one that's poised for a big effort here today. I want to mention a couple of others, throw an audible to my AV team, show you guys how good they are. The 2, how about that? Manny Esquivel aboard for Gennaro Garcia. Look at all this slop into the meet last year at 1.70 miles, so routing. Did not like that at all. But look at back in July and June when she was sprinting on the slop in a wet fast track. She was very, very close, 2 seconds. So I'd mix her in. And then another one, and right now she's on the board at 28-1. And then another one with a little bit of off form is the 7. Abel Cedillo is aboard for the other Tony Duran trainee and did run on the slop back in this one's debut. It was July 5th. I think that was Derby Day in the maiden special weight, and ended up winning by over a length and a quarter in that race after overcoming an awkward start. So just another couple to look at here in this field. The 9's out of here, but you've got 10 betting interest, and really these Indiana races have really just kept our card one of the top ones today. It's a good betting race, and it leads into the next race, which is the Horseshoe Indianapolis. But this is the 12th running of the Swifty Sired Fillies right now. The favorite on the board is the 10 still, and that is Molly's Potion, my top selection. And this does kick off the ITOBA, Indiana Thoroughbred Owner and Breeders Association, $1 pick 4. And we're going to get the horses out. I think the jockeys are about to get the leg up and head out to the track. And once our wonderful track announcer, John G. Dooley, does the post parade, I'll be back on with a little bit of audio coverage for the rest of the all handicap premier pick 4 that we're going to have on races 6, 7, 8, and 9. Good luck.
Gary Lozier with the call to the post for race 6, the first of our premier races here on Caesars Day. Stepping onto the track for the Swifty Sired fillies. Main track money here at 5.5 furlongs. A field of 10, scratch 9, Innisfree Lass. Scratch number 9, 1 Spooky Ridge, Joe Ramos. Rides 1 Spooky Ridge, 5 She's My Huckleberry. First time on Lasix medication for 5 She's My Huckleberry. Parading for the Swifty Sired fillies, 1 Spooky Ridge with Joe Ramos. For John Langmire's Spooky Hollow Racing Incorporated. Number 2, the Flint Express with Manny Esquivel. For Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Number 3, City Prayers with Evan Roman. Postword for the trainers, Harron Thoroughbreds LLC, John Harron trains. Number 4, She's a Whirlwind with Joseph Romero. This will be her 3-year-old seasonal bow. Postword for Jeremy Cobb, Catherine, and trainer Tony Duran's Rancho Monarca LLC. Number 5, She's My Huckleberry with Fernando de la Cruz. Stephen Fosdick trains, Blaine Davidson's homebred. Number 6, Mi Caprichuda, Santo Sandro riding for Rancho Monarca LLC, Catherine, and trainer Tony Duran, and co-owner Brian J. Elmore. 7 is Miss Candela with Abel Cedillo. For Rancho Monarca LLC, again Catherine and Tony Duran with another filly here in the Swifty Sired fillies. 8 is High Speed Justice, Andres Aloa riding for Tim Eggleston trains for Tom Cangelosi. 9 withdrawn, here's 10, Molly's Potion, partnered again with Sammy Bermudez, up for Don Fontenot, owned by Jorge L. Rivera Castaner. And 11 is Ace of Cats. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. riding here for Calvin Johnston's Lucky J Stable and Tony Granite's. The 12th running of the Swifty sired fillies, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta, Double Pick 3. Started the $1 late pick 4, presented on Caesar's Day by Itoba. Get your wagers in. Nearing post time.
We are just a couple minutes until the start of the Indiana Thoroughbred Owner and Breeders Association Late Pick 4. They're sponsoring our $1 Late Pick 4 ticket. I did put a Late Fire 5 on my tip sheet, but I did put together a very special all premier racing. I went 6, 8, 10 in here. We already talked about this race just very quickly. I went ahead and added the 13 on my ticket here. 6, 8, and 4 are my selections in the 4 scratch in the next race. 8, 6, and 13. I did like the 4, but it ran in the high top, so now I'm going to go with the 13. Tony Granite's trading Ramos, looking for a double on the card here today after winning the 4th race. Then I'm going to go in the 8th race with the 1 and the 8, Chasing Liberty. Chasing Liberty, the favorite, has a lot of speed. That's been holding up, and I included the 8, which is a little bit of my long shot in the 20th running of the Caesars with Brodeur J Love aboard for Ethan West, 2 for 2 on an off track back in Oaklawn in the winner. And then to close out the Itoba late pick 4, I went 3, 4, 5 in here. I like the 4 as a long shot. Mondavilla, the favorite, looks to be the one to beat, but I did include Gin and Whiskey, who is adding first-time Lasix after never finishing worse than 3rd in 2024 and finally breaking the maiden in November, running out of time, actually. 5, 3, 4 for me to round out my ticket. It's a $54 play. Let's hope some of those long shots come in today. We are heading to the track right now for the 6th race, the Swifty Sired. Get your tickets in quickly for the Late Pick 4, sponsored by Itoba. Good luck.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Swifty Sired fillies. They're going in. Joe Ramos with Spooky Ridge. Sando Sanjor with Mi Caprichuda coming up. Manny Esquivel with the Flint Express. Now Abel Cedillo with Miss Candela. Andres Aloha, High Speed Justice coming up. Evan Roman with City Prayers. City Prayers into the gate. High Speed Justice now for the Swifty sired fillies on a muddy track. Joseph Romero with She's a Whirlwind, like Me Capri Shuda and Miss Candela, the trio for Tony Duran. Samer Bermudez, Molly's Potion coming up. 1-2 favorite Molly's Potion. Couple of fillies back. Fernanda de la Cruz with She's My Huckleberry. The daughter of Barishnikov. She's My Huckleberry, so stand by. One more. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Ace of Cats. The first of 4 premier races here on Caesar's Day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Muddy track, they're in the gate. They're off in the Swifty sired fillies, and Molly's Potion dashes away. City Prayers with good speed, and right there is Miss Candela with an early bid. It's Miss Candela and City Prayers. They've locked horns with High Speed Justice tracking them from third. Molly's Potion fourth on the outside, just off the speed. She's My Huckleberry running in fifth. The Flint Express is sixth. Then between horses, as they enter the far turn, meet Capri Shuda and farther out Ace of Cats. And as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go, the trailers are She's a Whirlwind and Spooky Ridge. The quarter, 21.48 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. Miss Candela has taken the lead. City Prayers showed that speed but has dropped back. High Speed Justice between horses and Molly's Potion drawing in range. As they come toward the top of the stretch, City Prayers with the white blinkers is next. They're homeward bound. Coming down toward the final furlong, it's Miss Candela with Abel Cedillo. Miss Candela is a 5-length leader into the furlong rounds. From High Speed Justice disputing second with City Prayers. Molly's Potion fourth at that one pace. Then She's My Huckleberry next. They're close to home. It's Miss Candela and the Swifty sired fillies by a half dozen lengths. High Speed Justice was second. City Prayers third. Then Molly's Potion and She's a Whirlwind. .103.96 over a muddy track after the Swifty sired fillies. 103.96. 7-8, 3-10. 4 gets into the Pentafecta. 7. Miss Candela, 9-2 first. 8 High Speed Justice, 8-1 second. 3 City Prayers. 13-1 third. There's 10 Molly's Potion. 4th across the finish, and 4 She's a Whirlwind. Getting into the Pentafecta. She's a Whirlwind, one of the 3 for Tony Duran. Miss Candela gets the result for that stable. Abel Cedillo for Tony Duran. It's Miss Candela at 9-2. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 7, Miss Candela with Abel Cedillo. Miss Candela is a 3-year-old bay filly by Shagaff out of the Mineshaft mare, Miss Loretta Lynn. She was bred here in the Hoosier State by Rancho Monarca LLC. Racing 4, Catherine and trainer Tony Duran's Rancho Monarca LLC. They're homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Miss Candela. Takes out the first of our premier races, the Swifty Sired Fillies. It's official. $7-8 exacta paid $113 even. 50-cent trifecta, $166.75. 9-7 double and even $61. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6 paid $118.85. 10-cent pentafecta, $855.46. She's a whirlwind, ran 5th. And the 10-cent superfecta, Molly's Potion, 4th. 7, 8, 3, 10, 10-cent superfecta returned $62.59. Winner's presentation, along with Horseshoe Indianapolis Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, joined by Director of Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak. Winner's presentation after the Swifty Sired Fillies, Miss Candela at 9-2. 19 minutes away, the second of our 4 premier races, the Horseshoe Indianapolis. In 2025, off the turf, main track money at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, Just Ruthless. 3, Play with Fire. 4, Sign No More. Scratch 7, Multiplication. 9, Admit. 10, Princess Attitude. 11, Stay Classy. Scratch 12, Love You Anyway. And the 14, Bessie Abbott. With those scratches, no superfecta and no pentafecta featured on the Horseshoe Indianapolis. No superfecta, no pentafecta. Main track money at 1 mile and 70 yards. Exacta, trifecta, double, pick 3. Post time 5:22.
Swifty Sired goes to Miss Candela. Not in my top 3, but when I was in the paddock, I was telling people some of the horses that have done well on the slop, talking here to Katie and Tony Duran, who have her. Tony, she debuted on the slop, and she seemed to like it today as well.
Yes, she broke her mate on the slop, and she really liked it. She ran well. So
tell me a little bit about this filly, though, because she's ran a few times. The other races, though, weren't that great. Was she just not ready yet, you think, after that first win?
Well, I'm making a couple of changes on her. I don't like too much pressure on her. I took the blinkers off. I took all crap off, and just let her run clean. And
get rid of the crap, and she runs better.
Yes, you're right.
The best training angle ever. Yeah. No, but hey, nobody likes a very politically correct interview. And then tell me about Abel Cedillo. He's ran a couple nice horses for you guys.
Yes, he did. He's very good rider, very classy, and he get patient, very patient, and he said the filly did everything.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to you guys, and good luck in the rest.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, guys. Miss Candela wins the Swifty Sired. We have a few more to go, guys. Stick around. We're just getting started. Horseshoe Indianapolis, Caesars Handicap, lots still to come.
Muddy track, they're in the gate. They're off in the Swifty Sired Fillies, and Molly's Potion dashes away. City Prayers with good speed, and right there is Miss Candela with an early bid. It's Miss Candela and City Prayers. They've locked horns with High Speed Justice tracking them from 3rd. Molly's Potion 4th on the outside, just off the speed. She's My Huckleberry running in 5th. The Flint Express is 6th. Then between horses, as they enter the far turn, meet Capi Shuda and farther out Ace of Cats. And as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go, the trailers are She's a Whirlwind and Spooky Ridge. The quarter, 21.48 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. Miss Candela has taken the lead. City Prayers showed that speed but has dropped back. High Speed Justice between horses, and Molly's Potion drawing in range. As they come toward the top of the stretch, City Prayers with the white blinkers is next. They're homeward bound. Coming down toward the final furlong, it's Miss Candela with Abel Cedillo. Miss Candela is a 5-length leader into the furlong grounds from High Speed Justice, disputing second with City Prayers. Molly's Potion fourth at that 1 pace. Then She's My Huckleberry next. They're close to home. It's Miss Candela and the Swifty sired fillies by a half dozen lengths. High Speed Justice was second, City Prayers third, then Molly's Potion and She's a Whirlwind. Muddy track, they're in the gate. They're off.
Miss Candela hits the lead and never looks back on this drying out track. You want to be on the front end as seen in our first handicap of 4, all pick 3 handicap coming up here 10 minutes from now. Plenty of scratches. This one originally carded for the turf, but the show must go on in here. $150,000 on the line, and a very quality field has been assembled regardless of what surface we may be running on. But let's take a look at this shortened field. Running away, my top selection is currently favored by many in here, 4-1 or 4-5, excuse me, and projected to go off at 1-2. The 3-year-old filly is by Champion and one of my personal favorites, Gun Runner, getting Lasix for the first time. She has never run on Lasix. Corrales sees fit to come over for 1 mount only. He's been aboard her twice, a second place finish on the turf over at Keeneland, as well as the grade 1 Ashland, where she took action right into the face of Lacara and Muhima. Those two command a lot of respect at the wagering windows, and running away went off at 13-1, which you might think, wow, the horse is double digits, 13-1 is not that much. But when you know they're running against Lacara and Muhima in a grade 1 stakes, that's taken some love. Wesley Ward doesn't ship all that many to Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's done so with success in the past. This is his first one of the year, and she should only improve with Lasix today. And I think she has tactical speed. Her running line would indicate that she wants to be on the lead. I don't think she necessarily needs to be on the lead by any means. She hasn't necessarily always shown the ability to settle in or settle off, so I think they will go to the lead and just let her use her natural gate speed today and try and take them as far as they can. But the mud is a new thing today, never been on the mud in the past, so we'll see how Running Away handles it. 4-5 on the good-looking daughter of Gun Runner. Number 1 is Zealous Moon. Jaime Torres brings his talents to Horseshoe Indianapolis as well. 3-year-old Factor filly goes out for Riley Mott. The dirt is an unknown in here. I didn't put much stock into the poor performance sprinting over in the slop at Churchill Downs. You can forgive it. It was on debut, and it was also sprinting. This is a completely different game, and a horse who's been going in the right direction recently with wins at Keeneland on the turf and a win on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park as well. Zealous Moon is an improving sort, and there is a reason they kept her in here. They could have just shipped her back to Churchill Downs and looked for a turf race for her. 7-2 on the board, looking to get some ink for this 3-year-old filly. All the way on the outside is Junta. Tony Granitz and Joe Ramos trying to team up. The locals in here facing some tough challengers that are shipping in, but Junta ships in herself from Tampa off of an off-turf race. It was on a fast main track, but she was dominant. Now, it was only against 4 other foes. She showed the way that day. She took over midway around the turn, and she never looked back. It was her second time stretching out around 2 turns, and I think she did certainly enjoy it. Now, she was expected to win rather easily. She was bet down below even money. She's been favored in her last 2 starts. She ran on the Sam F. Davis Day over at Tampa in $100,000 Suncoast Stakes, and she also ran against Lacara, beaten by 15 lengths. But again, like Running Away, went off at 13-1 against Lacara. So those two have something in common. You're going to get a little bit better price than your outside runner, but not all that much different. Surprisingly enough, 5-2 versus 4-5. A small but talented field gearing up for $150,000 on the line. We'll settle the score 6 minutes from now.
The horses call posted now for the 7th race. This 17th running of the Horseshoe Indianapolis off the turf. 1 mile and 70 yards on a muddy main track, a field of 5. Scratch 2, Just Ruthless. 3, Play with Fire. 4, Sigh No More. 7, Multiplication has been withdrawn. Scratch 9, Admit. 10, Princess Attitude. 11, Stay Classy. 12, Love You Anyway. And 14, Bessie Abbott. All have been scratched. Presenting the field for the 2025 Horseshoe Indianapolis, the one is Zealous Moon. Jaime Torres rides for Riley Mott, trains for breeder and owner. Robert Krembills, Chiefs Wood Stable. Number 5, Raining Flowers with Axel Concepcion. Johnny Ortiz trains for breeder and owner. Sherilyn and Brent Gassaways for G Racing, LLC. Number 6, Running Away. Gunrunner filly. Jockey Gerardo Corrales riding for Wesley Ward, trains for breeder and owner Stud TNT. Number 8 is Mascara. Evan Roman riding for Nicolo Triani. Postbird for PB&J stable of Dan Keller. And 13, Junta. Joe Ramos up for Tony Granitz, trains for Jacob Spooner and David Menard. The 3-year-old fillies for the Horseshoe Indianapolis this year. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Exacta Trifecta. Double Pick 3. Nearing post time for the Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start for the Horseshoe Indianapolis. In its 17th running, the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Horseshoe Indianapolis going in. Jaime Torres with Zealous Moon. At 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track this year, Axel Concepcion with Raining Flowers has joined Zealous Moon. Now Gerardo Corrales running away coming up. 3 to 5 on running away. Couple of 3-year-old fillies in behind to the gate. Evan Roman Partners Mascara. The daughter of Caravaggio, Mascara coming up. One more. Joe Ramos with Junta. They're in the gate. They're off. And the Horseshoe Indianapolis off to an even start. Nearest the inside, running away, Mascara showing speed as they make their way toward the first turn. Junta, Zealous Moon, and Raining Flowers has drifted back to last as they enter the first turn. It's running away. So with Gerardo Corrales running away, takes charge of the pace and stays off the inside part of the track at the 6.5. Zealous Moon follows running away with on the outside Mascara running in third, Junta near the rail, and Raining Flowers is last to the 5. The opening quarter for running away in 23.86 seconds. Running away leads them up the back and stays off the inside rail. It's running away who leads by just about 2. To Zealous Moon on the outside, Mascara running third here in the mud. Junta near the rail, 5 lengths off this leader. Running away as they go past the half-mile pole and still detached. Raining Flowers remains last to the quintet. 23.86 for the lead part. The half mile for running away. And 46.94 the favorite led. It's running away, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Running away still leads. Zealous Moon put to pressure to come up after this leader. Running away nearing the quarter pole. Toward the inside is Junta with the white cap making her bid. Mascara on the far outside is dropped back, and Raining Flowers is last. These 3-year-old fillies come for home. Running away, looking to seal the deal after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.38 seconds. It's running away as Junta makes a bid toward the inside of running away as they come down toward the final 16th with Raining Flowers, who is last on the back of the track, down third with Gerardo Corrales. It's running away, doing just that late. And the Horseshoe Indianapolis running away, 1 by 4 from Junta. Then Raining Flowers, Zealous Moon, and Mascara. .142.72 over the muddy track. 6:13.51. There was no superfecta. 6 running away. 1 to 2 first. 13 Junta. At 5 to 2 was second. 5 Raining Flowers. 9 to 1 third. Black with the green hoops getting into the trifecta. Zealous Moon, Mascara. The 5 for the Horseshoe Indianapolis. 6:13.51. And the 8, 142.72, Gerardo Carrabez for Wesley Ward. Stud TNT, the Gun Runner filly, running away at 1-2. The result of the 7th race, the Horseshoe Indianapolis official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Running Away with Gerardo Carrabez. Running Away is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Gun Runner. The unbridled song mare, Ale Marie, bred in Kentucky by owner Karina Torrealba's Stud TNT and trained by Wesley Ward. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the Horseshoe Indianapolis winner. Running Away, it's official. There was no Pentafecta nor Superfecta featured on the Horseshoe Indianapolis. 613 exacta, $8 even. Raining Flowers third. 50-cent trifecta, $613.5, $7.50. 7-6 double paid $22.80. 5 ran, 142.72 on a track still listed muddy. Winner's presentation after the Horseshoe Indianapolis. Once again making the presentation, Vice President and General Manager of Racing Eric Hallstrom, Director of Racing Secretary Chris Polson, Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak, to the winning connections of Running Away. Race 8 of our 10 and the second to last of our premier races here on Caesars Day. It's the Caesars. Move to the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 3 Sing Sing, 4 Discreet Dancer, 5 Goldwyn, and 7 Clock Tower. With those scratches, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta, no pentafecta. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards for this year's Caesars. Scratch 3, 4, 5, and the 7. Exacta, double, and the start of our final pick 3. Post time in 19 minutes at 5:52. In a moment, down to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle on this Caesars Day 2025 to Racing Rachel.
The Horseshoe Indianapolis goes to Running Away. We've got Luis here from Stud TNT. So this is a Wesley Ward trainee. Gerardo really put in a good ride, and I was looking at the past performances. He rode her in a maiden. She was really close, and then he rode her in the Ashland. What a tough stakes race. So he obviously knows her pretty well, huh?
I know he's been worked there before, and the first time he rode her, he really liked her. Philly's been really forward after the Ashland, had 2 really good works, and today she just grabbed the lead and just kept going.
Yeah, I didn't know how she'd take the slot, but it shows that this is such a fast track because she got on the lead and they just couldn't catch her.
I know, and she likes to be on the lead. She's happy up there, no horses around her, but I feel like today she put in a good performance. We'll go back to the drawing board and see what's next for her.
All right, thanks for talking to us, Luis.
Thank you very much.
All right, you guys, we've got another one coming up. It's the big one, the Caesars Stakes, so stick around.
They're off, and the Horseshoe Indianapolis off to an even start. Nearest the inside, Running Away, Mascara showing speed as they make their way toward the first turn. Junta, Zealous Moon, and Raining Flowers has drifted back to last as they enter the first turn. It's Running Away. So with Gerardo Corrales, Running Away takes charge of the pace and stays off the inside part of the track at the 6.5. Zealous Moon follows Running Away, with on the outside Mascara running in third, Junta near the rail, and Raining Flowers is last to the 5. The opening quarter for Running Away in 23.86 seconds. Running Away leads them up the back and stays off the inside rail. It's Running Away who leads by just about 2. To Zealous Moon on the outside, Mascara running third here in the mud. Junta near the rail, 5 lengths off this leader. Running Away as they go past the half-mile pole and still detached. Raining Flowers remains last to the quintet. 23.86 for the lead part. The half mile for Running Away. And 46.94 the favorite led. It's Running Away, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Running Away still leads. Zealous Moon put to pressure to come up after this leader. Running Away nearing the quarter pole. Toward the inside is Junta with the white cap making her bid. Mascara on the far outside is dropped back, and Raining Flowers is last. These 3-year-old fillies come for home. Running Away looking to seal the deal after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.38 seconds. It's Running Away as Junta makes a bid toward the inside of Running Away as they come down toward the final 16th with Raining Flowers, who was last on the back of the track, now third with Gerardo Corrales. It's Running Away doing just that late. And the Horseshoe Indianapolis Running Away, 1 by 4 from Junta. Then Raining Flowers, Zealous Moon, and Mascara.
9 minutes to race 8, and it's the 20th running of the Caesars black type, $150,000 guaranteed. We are going to take this off of the turf, obviously, run it at 1:70. The 3 Sing Sing is out, 4, 5, and 7. I'm going to go 1-8-6 in here. We just saw it last time in that race with, the winner of the Horseshoe, the 6. She had so much early speed, running away, just ran away with it. You get to the front, and it's kind of hard to catch them right now. So being that is the case, a 3-year-old colt by Constitution who puts up really good speed numbers. Not one that goes straight to the lead, but does like to sit right off the pace in a few of his very successful races and stakes at Del Mar and Houston. Won very nicely, coming off of the pace, or being a little bit closer to the pace. He has one sort of gate to wire fashion in one of those where he put up an 85 January 25th. But this is a horse that I think is just so classy. He's been running in nothing but stakes. He ran in grade 3 at Keeneland. These have all been on the turf, though. So this is another one where we don't know. He hasn't been proven on what dirt, but that was the case with the last field and the last winner. And it just showed that the fastest horse that can get up there is hard to catch. So Chasing Liberty, definitely one to look at. Rob Hatchis is the trainer. Luis Saya is looking for a double here in this race. This horse has won almost $900,000, 853 life, just out of 7 starts with 4 wins and a third. Talk about class. And the bettors agree with this one sitting at 2-5 right now. And then I'll go to the 8. I thought this would be my long shot, but obviously with the scratches, that's not the case. Brodeur gets the outside of this shorter field. J-Love, Jareth Loveberry, up for Ethan West, a 3-year-old colt by Nyquist, who's ran twice on wet dirt and had 2 wins. Both of the wins of 5 starts were on a muddy track, the maiden breaking effort on December 14th at Oaklawn, winning there, and then coming back to win on a wet fast track on January 26th. That was going 1 1/16. I like to see a win at 2 turns on the slop. It just seems like on paper this guy is making sense. J-Love rode here quite a few times last year. He knows what he's doing. He's a very talented rider. So definitely interested to see how he's going to run today. And Ethan West trains one of our, co-trainers that runs here and in Kentucky. But we kind of claimed him as his own. He had a mount in the Kentucky Derby, had a horse in there. So very happy to see him and what this horse is going to do. And as the jockeys are heading out right now, let's go to the 6 Smokin' Boy, who I threw in here. 6 is 9-1 right now on the tote board. Manny Esquivel aboard for Cheryl Weinbaugh. This is a 3-year-old colt who's making its 7th lifetime start. Has a couple of wins, and those were on the mud, which is what jumped out at me. Also has had a little bit of a freshening, 46 days, and is dropping down in class. All very key things to watch on a horse. So Smokin' Boy, I'm going to round out with my try. 1-8-6 for me here as Louis is talking to the connections of Chasing Liberty, getting a little bit of guidance here. He did ride Chasing Liberty last time in a grade 3 where he did put up some really nice speed figures. 1 Chasing Liberty coming out. Jockeys are getting the leg up and headed to the track for the 20th running of the Caesars. Good luck.
The 3-year-olds call postward for this year's 19th running of the Caesars, to be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. In 2025, here's the 20th running, in fact, of the Caesars, but this year on the main track. Main track remains labeled Muddy, 4 Run, Scratch 3 Sing Sing, 4 Discreet Dancer, 5 Gold Win, and 7 Clock Tower. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta, no pentafecta. 4 for the 20th Caesars. Muddy track. Here they are. The one is Chasing Liberty. Luis Saez riding for Rob Atras, trains for Twin Creeks Racing Stables LLC, and Commonwealth. Number 2 is Up to No Good with Santos Sanjor. Bred, trained and owned by Keith Kinman. Next 6, Smokin' Boy. Manny Esquivel riding for Cheryl Weinbaugh, trains for KEM Stables, David Fishbein, Michael Iserman, and Earl Silver. 3, 4, 5, and 7 of the non-runners. Here's 8, Brodeur with Jareth Libery. Son of Nyquist, trained by Ethan W. West for Terry L. Stevens. The field for the Caesars this year: Win Place, Exacta, Double, and the final pick 3 on Caesars Day starts with the Caesars. The winner gets the spoils. For the trophy, the 20th Caesars, 2 minutes away. Muddy track. We're 1 minute away from post time for the 2025 Caesars, to be run this year on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Main track Muddy. Less than 1 minute. The 3-year-olds are approaching the starting gate for the Caesars. This year going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Caesars. Muddy track, they're going in. Luis Saez with Chasing Liberty. 2-5 on the Son of Constitution. Santo Sanjor with Up to No Good has joined Chasing Liberty. Now Manny Esquivel with Smokin' Boy. At 1 mile and 70 yards. Muddy track. One more. Jareth Ludberry with Brodeur. 2-5 Chasing Liberty. They're in the gate. They're off. In the Caesars. Up to No Good was sharply away, quickly headed by Brodeur. Here's the inside, Chasing Liberty, and the gray Smokin' Boy as they make their way into the first turn with Jareth Ludberry. Brodeur takes charge of the pace. It's Brodeur who leads the way as they round the first turn. Chasing Liberty right off the leader's heels. Smokin' Boy and Up to No Good, well, in tight quarters there between horses, has drifted back to last as they go to the back of this muddy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and it's Brodeur. So Brodeur is locked up the front. Manny Esquivel and Smokin' Boy pursues Brodeur as they go up the back. Luis Saez and Chasing Liberty running in third, and with Santo Sanjor Up to No Good at 23-1 trails the quartet. The quarter for Brodeur, 23.82 seconds, making this run near the half-mile pole. Brodeur, Smokin' Boy, Chasing Liberty, and Up to No Good. The order remains unchanged as they head toward the far turn in the Caesars. Still, the trio aiming for Brodeur. Smokin' Boy, the first to make a move now on Brodeur. Chasing Liberty holds the rail. Up to No Good remains last. Half mile, 46.72 seconds with Jareth Ludberry. Brodeur leads as they come toward the top of the stretch. 3/4 length to Smokin' Boy. Luis Saez and Chasing Liberty right there close up. Chasing Liberty every chance. And Up to No Good as a remote last as these 3-year-olds turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 10.93 seconds. It is Brodeur engaged up the inside by Chasing Liberty, who's taken the lead. 1 furlong to go. Chasing Liberty. Brodeur battles between horses, and Smokin' Boy is in for the fight too. Brodeur squeezed back to third. It's Smokin' Boy. Chasing Liberty toward the inside. Chasing Liberty battles Smokin' Boy. Manny Esquivel and Smokin' Boy. Smokin' Boy on the wire photo finish with Chasing Liberty. Heads bobbing in the Caesars. Brodeur finished third. Photo finish to the Caesars. 1:42.07 seconds. A Caesars win photo. Smokin' Boy was 4-1 in the field of 4 sophomores in this year's Caesars. 142.07 over a muddy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're standing by for the judges' confirmation. It's up. It's Smokin' Boy first. 1 Chasing Liberty at 1-2 lost to Bob. 8 Brodeur. 9-5 third and 2 Up to No Good fourth. 4 ran. 6-1-8-2 Manny Esquivel for Cheryl Weinbaugh. KEM Stables, the son of Catholic Boy, at 4-1. After locking horns with this year's Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty in the Florida Derby, here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 6th Smokin' Boy with Manny Esquivel. The Caesars official Smokin' Boy, 3-year-old Gray Roan colt by Catholic Boy. Cheryl Weinbaugh trains for David Fishbein, Michael Iserman, and Earl Silver's KEM Stables. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Robert V. LaPenta. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the Caesars champion, Smokin' Boy. There was no show, trifecta, superfecta, nor pentafecta wagering featured on the Caesars this year. 6-1 exacta. Took a win photograph, $15.60. 6-6 double, $28.60. And note those refunds. 4 ran. Favorite second, 142.07. Race 9, the Sagamore Sired. Scratch 1 keg. 1 keg, scratch 2, Concho's Prayer, pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta. Starts with a late double. 21 minutes to post time at 6:23. Once again, in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, Vice President and General Manager of Racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Eric Hallstrom, joined by Director of Racing, Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak. The winner's presentation after the 20th running of the Caesars.
Well, 3 premier races and 3 upsets, and one of them goes to Manny and Smokin' Boy. And I had you in my picks. I knew it wasn't going to be 30-1, obviously, with the scratches, but I really liked all these off track. You've not ridden this one before, but so tell us what Cheryl told you. She was just here.
Yeah, you know, I rode one for them last week, and they told me about them. I mean, when I ride for them, I ride with confidence. You know, they always got them fit. If they run, they run. But if not, oh well. But he told me he liked this horse. He was, excited about him, and I like that. You know, he always puts me on winners. I mean, every year since I started, I had my buck from Chicago. You know, and I mean, they know what they're doing. You know.
Yeah. So walk me through the race, though. Did you get to the lead at the beginning? It didn't look like there was some changing up of the leader this time.
Yeah, I took it. You know, I wanted to be close because the track's been playing so fast, all day long. Yeah. I broke a little off towards the one the outside. But he came down pretty quick where I had the other 2 horses inside of me. Had to take a little hold, and the race just worked out for me.
Well, congratulations, Manny, on the win.
Thank you.
Caesars handicap goes to Smokin' Boy, Cheryl Weinbaugh, and Manny Esquivel. Another upset, a very nice one. Good luck.
They're in the gate. They're off in the Caesars. Up to no good was sharply away, quickly headed by Brodeur. Nearest the inside, Chasing Liberty and the Gray Smokin' Boy as they make their way into the first turn with Jareth Lubberry. Brodeur takes charge of the pace. It's Brodeur who leads the way as they round the first turn. Chasing Liberty right off the leader's heels. Smokin' Boy and Up to No Good, well, in tight quarters there between horses, has drifted back to last as they go to the back of this muddy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and it's Brodeur. So Brodeur is locked up the front. Manny Esquivel and Smokin' Boy pursues Brodeur as they go up the back. Luis Saez and Chasing Liberty running in third, and with Santos Sanjor Up to No Good at 23-1 trails the quartet. The quarter for Brodeur, 23.82 seconds, making this run near the half-mile pole. Brodeur, Smokin' Boy, Chasing Liberty, and Up to No Good. The order remains unchanged as they head toward the far turn in the Caesars. Still, the trio aiming for Brodeur. Smokin' Boy, the first to make a move now on Brodeur. Chasing Liberty holds the rail. Up to No Good remains last. Half mile, 46.72 seconds with Jareth Lubberry. Brodeur leads as they come toward the top of the stretch. 3/4 length to Smokin' Boy. Luis Saez and Chasing Liberty right there close up. Chasing Liberty every chance, and Up to No Good as a remote last as these 3-year-olds turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 10.93 seconds. It is Brodeur engaged up the inside by Chasing Liberty, who's taken the lead. 1 furlong to go. Chasing Liberty. Brodeur battles between horses, and Smokin' Boy is in for the fight too. Brodeur squeezed back to third. It's Smokin' Boy. Chasing Liberty toward the inside. Chasing Liberty battles Smokin' Boy. Manny Esquivel and Smokin' Boy. Smokin' Boy on the wire photo finish with Chasing Liberty. Heads bobbing in the Caesars.
final handicap of the day, the Sagamore Sired handicap, brings a talented field of Indiana breds to the racetrack. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. This one for 3-year-old boys. Do scratch number 1, Keg, out of this event. And going to have a heavily backed favorite in here, Mondavilla, who's projected to go off as low as 2-5. I respect the resume that one's put together with 3 wins from 5 starts. However, I think there's some others to maybe take a look at. Favorably drawn to the outside post is Dr. Alex is in. Fernando de la Cruz and Michelle Elliott. They've been running very well. Each and every starter for Michelle Elliott has been looking good on the racetrack and running very well. In fact, they've hit the board in more starts than they haven't. Fernando de la Cruz also winning at 22% early on in the meet, and they teamed up with Dr. Alex's in on opening day in our third race of the entire season, and they were bet down to 6-5. It was only a 5-horse field that day, but they broke sharp, showed good speed, dueled from the inside, and stayed on very well and galloped out well. They also faced Slam Dunk Justice, who's also in their spot. But I like the way Dr. Alex is in, showed good gate speed, has shown an ability to break well in each and every start, should improve second start off of the layoff, and is now drawn to the outside. Showed the ability to win on the inside as they've done in the past. In fact, both career victories did come breaking from the inside, but the outside is always preferred, in my opinion, 4-1. A value player in here, and there's certainly upside for a horse with speed who has shown the ability to go to the lead, but may not just need the lead. Can oftentimes, especially when you're on the outside, track just off the flank of the front runner if someone does want to go to the lead. But the horse to beat, at least on paper, is Mondavilla. Randy Klopp has been red hot today. He's certainly been heating up. He was hot on opening day and opening week, in fact, and now he's starting to heat up yet again. Joe Ramos winning at 16%. They've already teamed up for a couple of victories today, but the good-looking son on Mondavi is 3 for 5 and made quick work of a field of 8 on opening day as well. And, in fact, it might be overlooked at first glance, but this was basically a 2-year-old back in April that was taking on older horses. There was plenty of 4- and 5-year-olds in that race, and Mondavilla took on older and did so with aplomb. It was very impressive. Your second-place runner, Tiz Eddy, did come back to win. They battled 3 wide every step of the way, and then they just kept finding more. Absolutely dug in. I was impressed with what I saw, just knew that the money would come in, and there would be unlikely to be any value in here. Another thing is this horse had kind of an every other pattern last year, and I'm not sure if it was just the competition or the distance or whatnot. Won on debut, then ran 4th, then came back and won again, then came back and ran 9th. So if you're following that every other pattern, after 9th place finish, now he won, you would be on the off or the beaten race coming up, and that could be a problem if you like this horse at 1-5. But how about the 4? Gin and Whiskey. This is an intriguing sort, and I must admit this is a stab, but I'm trying to read between the lines on what could be a live long shot for Tavares Douglas. Viral already has a winner on the day, looks for another one in here, gets Lasix for the first time, hasn't been seen since 2 years old, and it's awfully complimentary that this horse comes in off of a long layoff in a $100,000 stakes race. The big money signed on. So they are confident that this horse has certainly grown from 2 to 3 and has always shown the ability, ran a good third at 35-1 on debut, then got bet down to favoritism in his last 2 starts. Not getting any love against some tough customers today, but it's a confident move by Tavares Douglas, who certainly does not need a map to our winner's circle. You have been warned on Gin and Whiskey, but we'll see if Mondavilla is the real deal. Bet down to 1-5 right now. We'll see how it plays out as they're running for the big money. $100,000 on the line for the Sagamore Sired handicap 5 minutes from now.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 9th race, the Sagamore Sired Handicap. 3 rolls here over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7, scratch 1 keg, 2 Concho's Prayer, a pound over. Presenting the field as they parade for the Sagamore Sired, 2 Concho's Prayer. On today's Aloha riding for Tim Eggleston and Kelly Eggleston. 3 Slam Dunk Justice. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. up for Steve H. Lewis and trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, those Lewis Silks. Here's the 4, Gin and Whiskey with Oscar Villarreal. Tavares Douglas trains for Nicholas Q. Smith. Number 5, right now 2-5 on Mondavilla. Joe Ramos riding for Randy Klopp. Trains for Liz Klopp and Jill M. Patrick. Number 6, a last out maiden winner here, Mama's Wish. Partnered again with Joshua Morales for Jesse Vasquez. Number 7, Forever Greedy. Hannah Leahy back on board for trainer Tiana Richardville's Thirsty Acres Racing, LLC. And number 8, Dr. Alex is in with Fernando de la Cruz. Michelle Elliott trains for Steve Solarski's Ziggy Zaggy Stables. The field for the Sagamore Sired. Muddy track, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here the 10-cent pentafecta. Starts at the late double on Caesar's Day. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time for the Swifty Sired. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Swifty Sired. The last of today's premier races going in. Joe Ramos with Mondavilla went right in. Andres Alo with Concho's Prayer joined Mondavilla. Josh Morales, Mama's Wish. A narrow last out maiden winner here, Mama's Wish. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Slam Dunk Justice. Hannah Leahy, Forever Greedy coming up. Couple them back. Oscar Villarreal with Gin and Whiskey. Mondavilla, 1-2 favorite. At 5.5 furlongs. Muddy Track. One more. Fernando de la Cruz. Dr. Alex is in. He started his sophomore season here with a win. Mondavilla, 1-2 favorite. Muddy Track. All in line. And they're off in the Sagamore Sired. And Concho's Prayer had the parking brake on and was last away from the gate. A sharp start for Mondavilla along with Dr. Alex is in. Now they're vying for the early lead, making this run toward the half-mile pole. They've kicked 3 clear from Slam Dunk Justice running in third. Forever Greedy in fourth. Then Gin and Whiskey Between Horses has a black cap after breaking dead last. Concho's Prayer now running last but one, and Mama's Wish trails the opening quarter as they round the far turn. Fast pace on. 21.64 lean seconds. Dr. Alex is in and toward the inside, Mondavilla. And they take this battle to the top of the stretch. Slam Dunk Justice lurking in third. Then Forever Greedy, Gin and Whiskey, Concho's Prayer, and finally Mama's Wish. They're homeward bound as these 3 roll straight and away on this muddy track. Coming down toward the final furlong. Dr. Alex is in. Toward the inside is Mondavilla. Gamely for Joe Ramos. Mondavilla. Dr. Alex is in. Now 3 lengths back. Mondavilla past the 16th and Slam Dunk Justice mounting a late charge. Forever Greedy running on Between Horses. Mondavilla. And the Sagamore Sired by 3. Forever Greedy edged out Slam Dunk Justice. Then Gin and Whiskey and Mama's Wish finish 5th. 104.20 after the Sagamore sired. 5 Mondavilla at 1-5 first. The judges taking a look at a photograph before posting the second and third. There was a pentafecta for fifth here in the Sagamore sire. Joe Ramos here for Randy Klopp, Liz Klopp, Jill and Patrick, son of Mondavi. Mondavilla rings up the Sagamore sired at 1-5. The judges have posted at 18-1, number 7, Forever Greedy, second. 3, Slam Dunk Justice, 9-1 third. 4, Gin and Whiskey, 15-1 fourth. And 6, Mama's Wish at those 36-1 odds in the Sagamore sire, getting into the grand high 5. 5-7, 3-4-6. The result of race 9, the final of our 4 premier races here on Caesars Day. The Sagamore sire, it is official. Result confirmed by the judges. Official after race 9. Final quarter horse dash of the day to close out the card, 18 minutes away. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 5, Mondavilla with Joe Ramos. Mondavilla is a 3-year-old gray roan gelding by Mondavi at a Lost Village by Jumpstart. Bred here in the Hoosier State by Elise W. Kendall. Randy Klopp trains this repeat meet winner for Liz Klopp and Jill and Patrick. Horseshoe Indianapolis salutes the Sagamore sired champion, Mondavilla. Results in after the Sagamore sired. Mondavilla. Favorite takes it out. $2.60 on the win end. Caps off the $1 Itoba, late pick 4, and the 50-cent late pick 5. All results in. 5-7 exacta, $14.40. 50-cent trifecta, $11.60. 6-5 double, $15.20. 10-cent superfecta, $14.25. Handicap pick 3, $8.35. 50-cent late pick 5, $730.25. The $1 Itoba late pick 4, and even $129. And the 50-cent late pick 5 on Caesars Day pays out on 5 of 5 for $730.25. One more presentation in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle on this Caesars Day. Again, Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, Director of Racing Secretary here at Horseshoe Indianapolis Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak making the winner's presentations. The connections of Mondavilla winning the Sagamore sired of 2025. In that final quarter horse allowance dash of the day over the 3:30 muddy track, no scratches, no rider changes, 6:50 post time.
The Sagamore sired goes to Mondavilla, Joe Ramos, Randy Klopp, and Jill and Tim Patrick. I'm so excited for them. Liz and Randy talked to me when we won the stakes last year. I believe it was a Crown Ambassador. But Ramos, you rode him to his first win, which is his first out. So now he's 2 for 2, 25. Tell me how it feels.
It feels awesome. First of all, I want to thank Randy and Liz, the owners, to keep me on the horse. And they're being very supportive to me, you know that. So I really feel like blessed for being riding for these people. And well, Montavila, he's a special horse. He's been doing the job. He's getting the job done himself. They just give me the opportunity to be the passenger.
Man, you've really put up with a lot from this guy. We're really happy that you did.
Yeah, you got to kick him in the butt every once in a while.
I love it today. I've had 2 interviews. Somebody said crap. Now Klopp's saying butt. I mean, this is
clean.
Yeah, you kept it clean. These are my kind of interviews here today, guys. But yeah, tell us a little bit about him. I mean, he was just a standout today, and the track it's just speed, and he is good at going to the lead and kind of setting off. It seems like.
He's the type of horse that just doesn't do nothing wrong.
Well, congratulations. Are you going to say anything, Liz? No. See, she told me, she said, Rachel, she never let me talk to her before, and she's not going to do it again. Congratulations, Jill. How does it feel?
Wonderful.
All right, guys. That was it for our premier races, but we do have one more, so stick around.
And they're off in the Sagamore Sired, and Concho's Prayer had the parking brake on and was last away from the gate. A sharp start for Mondavilla along with Dr. Alex is in. Now they're vying for the early lead, making this run toward the half-mile pole. They've kicked 3 clear from Slam Dunk Justice running in third. Forever Greedy in fourth. Then Gin and Whiskey Between Horses has a black cap after breaking dead last. Concho's Prayer now running last but one, and Mama's Wish trails the opening quarter as they round the far turn. Fast pace on. 21.64 lead seconds. Dr. Alex is in, and toward the inside, Mondavilla. They take this battle to the top of the stretch. Slam Dunk Justice lurking in third. Then Forever Greedy, Gin and Whiskey, Concho's Prayer, and finally Mama's Wish. They're homeward bound as these 3 roll straight and away on this muddy track. Coming down toward the final furlong. Dr. Alex is in. Toward the inside is Mondavilla. Gamely for Joe Ramos. Mondavilla. Dr. Alex is in. Now 3 lengths back. Mondavilla past the 16th, and Slam Dunk Justice mounting a late charge. Forever Greedy running on between horses. Mondavilla. And the Sagamore sired by 3. Forever Greedy edged out Slam Dunk Justice. Then Gin and Whiskey and Mama's Wish finish 5th.
Well, we've seen some really great thoroughbred racing today. Despite the off track, it's still been a fantastic day for all the connections involved in these races. Well, we're going to close out our card with a little bit different horse race, and that's a 19,500 quarter horse allowance, registered Indiana breds, 3-year-olds and up, who have never won 2 races. The main difference between quarter horses and thoroughbreds is the distance. You've seen the horses run the length of the track or 1 or 2 turns. You're not going to see that in this. This is a 330-yard a sprint right in front of the grandstand. Quarter horses are known for their explosive breaks from the starting gate and powerful finishes. And that's what you're going to see in less than 20 seconds. That's what it takes. All right, well, we're going to go to the paddock and take a look at some of the contenders in this race. And I'm going to begin with number 3, Apolitical Ocean, making her second start off the layoff for a high percentage conditioner, and that's Guadalupe Arevalo. This is a 4-year-old daughter of champion stallion Apolitical Jess. 1 allowance win to date, but has really good speed figures and a very excellent, so far, race under her belt this year. Underrated jockey Fernando Morin has the call. He's 75% in the money. This is a 4-year-old mare facing some younger company. I think she's going to get the job done in our finale. We're going to go next to number 5, TW Trump's Secret. Qualified for 2 futurities last year. Those are the championships for 2-year-old quarter horses. So even to make those finals is pretty impressive. She's trained by Natasha Perez, who was a quarter horse jockey, and now I believe in her 4th year of training. Super hands-on horsewoman, loves those horses, takes impeccable care of them, and she's had some great results, especially with her rider, Diego Bocanegra. So she's been off since running 3rd in the Miss Roxy Little Futurity last year, but I like the bullet work on April 22nd. She could be ready to go off the layoff. All right, how about number 7, CV Sky Kiss? Broke her maiden at the end of 2024. Bred and owned by Campos Racing Ventures. This is our leading owner from last year, going to be ridden by our leading jockey from last year, and that's Edgar Diaz, and trained by Claudio Barazza, who's already off to a great start in 2025. However, you're going to have to forgive that erratic trip, because this filly did make a start on April 25th, and just it wasn't good. So she finished out of the money, and I think, you know, people will sometimes look at that and say, well, maybe something's happened. No, you know, first start off the layoff can be a little bit tricky for some horses, but I think she's got a legitimate shot this afternoon. All right, and then last but not least, how often do you see a 20-to-1 shot for trainer Tim Eggleston, who's our current leading quarter horse conditioner? You don't see it too often, but a couple things I really liked about his entry, and that's number 8, Sneakin' Whiskey, a son of one fabulous eagle out of a Jess Louisiana Blue mare. So I like the breeding. Qualified for the Jaguar Rocket Futurity last July, making his 2025 debut, again off a layoff, but definitely, you know, Tim Eggleston, Rolando Pena jockey, and Gordy Tim, we adore him. So we're going to see how this horse does. Might need 1, but definitely worth a look. 3, 5, 7, 8 for me. However, we have some really big payouts on our 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. So if you want to make a ticket today and add a long shot, maybe look at number 4, Super Javi. Has some good works already this year, races under his belt at the Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. So that's one thing I would recommend. Enjoy this race, make a 10-cent pentafecta play if you want, and make sure you join us tomorrow, because Rachel and I are going to divvy up handicapping the 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. It's one of our first championships for 3-year-olds, and we'll have the trials tomorrow. Have a good evening, everybody.
For a final time on this Caesars Day 2025, Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track here for the finale. Race 10 closing with this quarter horse allowance dasher with a 330. Muddy track and a slight headwind. No scratches, no rider changes. Overweights reported. 2 Special Bad Habit, 3 over. 8 Sneaking Whiskey, 5 over. 9 GV Wildcat, to add 3 pounds extra to the weight shown. All 9 run Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, and Duo Soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. TW Trump's Secrets uses a flipping halter. AP Tempting Blue Eye. But Night Rides has the rail draw. Special Bad Habit going in. CV Sky Kiss. Apolitical Ocean. Sneaking Whiskey facing up to the gate. Now Sneaking Whiskey. A couple to the back. Waiting for Super Javi, and GV Wildcat will be last over the 330 yards, muddy track. One more. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with GV Wildcat. Thursday post time 2:10 to close out Caesars week. Muddy track. They're in the gate. Off in the Wednesday finale, TW Trump Secrets was sharply away in the middle. Super Javi. Here comes a charge from Special Bad Habit. A lot of night rides. Super Javi right there between horses. It's Super Javi. TW Trump Secrets slightly lugging in, but comes to the forefront. It's TW Trump Secrets to win it from Apolitical Ocean. And then on the wire, Special Bad Habits along with CV Sky Kiss among those next across the finish. Unofficial number 5, TW Trump's Secrets. At 4-5 first, up comes the inquiry. After our final quarter horse dash of the day, stewards taking a look at the running. Hold a bit. The judges have posted number 3, Apolitical Ocean. Second, it's Unofficial Inquiry. 2, Special Bad Habit third. 4, Super Javi fourth. 7, CV Sky Kiss getting into the quarter horse Pentafecta. 16.963 for the 330 yards. Muddy track. 16.963. Unofficial Inquiry. 53247. The stewards have pulled the inquiry. No changes to the run order after race 10. 16.963 seconds. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, TW Trump's Secrets with Diego Bocanegra. TW Trump's Secrets, a 3-year-old sorrel gelding by Mr. Apolitical Dash, out of the Mr. Eye Opener mare, Eyes So Blue. Natasha Perez trains for Indiana breeder and owner Thomas Wiley. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of TW Trump's Secrets, the 4-5 winner to cap off Caesars Day. Race 10 official. Again, there was a steward's inquiry into the running of the 330-yard dash. No changes made to the order. 5-3 exacta, coming back $16.60. 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. CV Skykiss fifth, paid $487.13. Pick 3, $15.30. 50-cent trifecta, 532, $58.15. 5-5 final double, $4.40. 10-cent superfecta, 5324, paid $61.66. In the finale, the favorite first, all 9 ran. Muddy track, 16.963 seconds. That concludes our live racing program for Caesars Day. Thanks to all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card tomorrow. Thursday we'll wrap up Caesars Week, and Thursday post time at 2:10 p.m. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this Caesars Day 2025, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Wednesday finale, TW Trump Secrets was sharply away in the middle. Super Javi. Here comes a charge from Special Bad Habit. A lot of night rides. Super Javi right there between horses. It's Super Javi. TW Trump Secrets slightly lugging in, but comes to the forefront. It's TW Trump Secrets to win it from Apolitical Ocean. And then on the white. Off in the Wednesday finale.
Results are in for Caesars Racing Legends here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Congratulations to Brian Velocic in first place, Jerry Anderson in second place, Bruce Meyer in third place, Steve Chervenak in fourth place, Dave May in fifth place, and James L. Brown in sixth place. Thank you for playing in today's Caesars Racing Legends. Thank you for coming out and have a great night.